Sacramento.
Injured and you're considering an LA law firm looking to charge you 45% to 50% in attorney's fees? That's overcharging. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years, and I can tell you no matter how complicated your injury case, you should never be charged 45% or 50% in attorney's fees ever. Direct, experienced, unrelenting, and honest local representation matters. It's called home court advantage for a reason. Ashton & Price serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries. So for the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sactown Sports 1140. Feeding your passion for local sports in the afternoon. It's the Drive Guys on your radio at 1140 a.m.
Streaming audio at SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports app.
You can also watch the show on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140. Here are the Drive Guys.
Tis the season, ho, ho, ho. Tis also the silly season for NBA Trade Talk. It's Whitey. We got Jay back with us today. Kayla is here today. She had a little bit of an issue getting in today because of a vehicular mishap that was not her responsibility.
No, it wasn't my car for once. It was actually others. Some accident happened at the merge of any places. When you have an accident happen at a merge, it just backs up everything even more. Yeah. But I'm here. I arrived.
Yes. Of course, people always say it was an accident. How do we know someone didn't do it on purpose? But that's just me. I tend to be kind of suspicious. I am suspicious of the veracity of some of these reports. John Morant report. I know this was Sam Amick, so we could take this to the bank. But Sam today reporting that teams such as Sacramento and the Timberwolves and likely more that were known to be monitoring the situation before will continue to do so, all while watching closely when Morant returns. His initial timeline had him slated for a possible early December return. Okay, what Sam's saying there is there's a lot of teams that have been watching that. Kings are one of them. They'll continue to watch it. But you know that gets aggregated, and what do you know? Oh, the Kings are still after Ja.
Exactly.
And that's a little silly. I don't think that's really what's going on, Kayla.
No, I think in the Sam Amick article, I think those are maybe the teams that at least were willing to put their names on the situation in terms of their monitoring it. Yeah. But that's totally different from we're actually going to take action. I would think the Sacramento Kings at this point are monitoring a lot of things around the league.
Yeah.
Because it's going to probably dictate how they move, how they maybe deal with some of these trades. So it's not surprising, but we are in that world of aggregating where one thing comes out and then everybody's on that for about a week and a half until it dies down again. But I had done a little bit of digging over there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
So I'd done a little digging, and maybe we can have her on the show one of these days if this actually amounts to anything. But there is a long-time writer, Teresa Walker, who covers the whole state of Tennessee.
She does.
AP. Been there for a long time.
You know AP, too?
Man, come on, Kayla. It ain't too many people. I might even know your nephew at this point.
I think you might, Jay. I think we are like born from another mother or something. Associated Press, as you know, and very well respected. And she had said, I need to turn off my ringer, y'all. I never have my ringer on.
That might be her with an update.
It might be her with an update. And so I just reached out to get a little bit of, hey, you're close to the situation. You cover this team. What are you hearing over there in Tennessee? And she said, look, most of the reports are definitely outside of Tennessee right now when it comes to John Morant and them even trading him. And she went on to say that for the most part, right now, they're being extra cautious with Ja. So Alan had brought up the question, when is Ja Morant coming back? He was on the bench when they played the Kings the other night. There's not been a lot of talk about when he'll return. Supposedly, they're being extra cautious because they've had so many injuries this season. But she went on to say that, look, the Grizzlies have a lot of draft capital right now. And so they're going to make sure they take their time. So they're not in a hurry to do anything right now. I think they're kind of monitoring, hey, how does Edey continue to grow? How are some of these other guys stepping up? Could we possibly afford to then trade Ja? Because she said, look, the best thing about Ja is he's a closer. And that's what they love about him. Like, he can be the guy who closes game, which by the way, we've had this conversation over here. The Kings don't have that right now. But she said it's these nagging injuries that at what point do you say, hey, we can't deal with that anymore?
According to Sam, Morant trade scenarios in league circles have been in essence on the concept of one team swapping its imperfect former All-Star for another team's like Trae Young for Morant, or he mentioned Zach LaVine for Morant. So that's the type of things people are talking about, but it doesn't mean the Kings and the Grizzlies have even really discussed it.
I think that that's pretty much what it is.
Yeah.
And I think everybody knows the Kings are in get them out of here, sell mode. Like, we are trying to get our guys out of here. And so naturally, I think you're going to be connected to some of these other teams that are looking to get maybe a guy like Ja Morant out.
If they're not connected to them in any way, shape, or form, Scott Perry's not doing his job.
100%. And isn't that what we all want? Like, whether or not they make the trade or not, we want Scott to be involved in all of the talk.
Mm-hmm. By the way, the Grizzlies are 9-12. Right now they're 9th, and they'd be in the play-in. And they're, 3.5 out of 16? So they got to be looking around going, wow, we didn't think, as badly as we played, we'd be in this position. So they have options. It still seems to me like they really, push came to shove, they would like to find a way to keep Ja. They're saying a lot of great things about him. Yeah. Jaren Jackson Jr. in the story talks about, he's like a coach for us. And Tomas Isalo is saying all the right things. So I don't know. Obviously, the Kings keep an eye on it, but I don't think there's anything there. Now, there's another branch of this trade nonsense. And I think it was not Evan Sitter, Brett Siegel was writing about teams to keep an eye on when it comes to DeMar DeRozan. One of the teams he mentioned is Portland. So if you go search this, you'll find a lot of people in Portland, and they're writing about, I think that'd be good, or no. But why should we keep an eye on him is my question. When he says, Brett Siegel says, this is a team to keep an eye on. Is that your opinion? Is there any reason
is there
why?
validity
to that? Are you just guessing? So I don't know about that one.
And that's the thing I think that's hard to differentiate this time of year, because we are getting close to the December month where we're going to really start to see some of these trades happen. And so as a writer, and it is their jobs to sometimes, get content out there because they want to get clicks. And not saying, there's a ton of great writers out there, and we have a lot of them on the station, on the shows.
There's just so much demand, to your point. There's podcasts and radio shows, and there's this vacuum, and everybody's looking to fill it.
Right, and so you're going to start connecting, naturally, again, with the Kings already kind of having their people out there, because remember, Scott Perry told Sam, hey, everybody's pretty much up for, they can go at any time except for Neat Clifford and Keegan Murray. Yeah. Which again, they could be they could always be traded too. Yeah. So when you put it out there as a GM, it's easier for these writers then to say like, okay, let's just start connecting the dots to some of these places that could possibly make sense.
We think we know, correct me if I'm wrong, please, Jay, because you were here this summer. We think we know that there was not a ton of interest around the league in DeMar DeRozan this summer. But right now, it looks like there may be some interest, and that's largely because he's played well. And I think that speaks to the reason why, if you're the Kings, this has been an ongoing debate. It's like, why are you playing those guys? Play the younger guys. And I understand that. I think they will play the younger guys. But I think one of the reasons the appetite for DeMar DeRozan is what we think it is, we'll see if that's right, it's because he's been playing, and he's been playing well.
Yeah. He has been. And I think DeMar has had the right attitude too, for what it's worth, because this has been kind of a disastrous situation, and he's not the one that chose what roster was going to be put together this year. He's kind of been through it, and he continues, in my opinion, when I see him night to night, he looks like he is putting that effort in every single night, truly. And every night he's not going to be perfect, and whatever minuses might appear because he's out on the court sometimes when the other team's outscoring them. But altogether, I think DeMar has done what he needs to do that another team would have interest and say, hey, he could contribute and help us for a run.
You look at numbers that he just put up in the last game, very, very efficient. And I know he was just asked about, what do you think a change of scenery would be a good idea? And he said, look, I don't that's not up to me. So people said, ooh, he wants out. Well, of course
What is
he does.
Supposed, yeah. And what is he supposed to say?
Yeah,
it's awkward.
I don't think he said anything
He didn't.
untoward or improper, but
He didn't.
of course he wants out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's fair to say.
I mean, look, he's nearing the end of his career. He still has years to play. I'm not saying he's the end of his career, but he's at that age where he's getting towards the end more than the beginning.
Yes.
And, a little bit past the prime at this point, but he's still playing great basketball. Wouldn't you want to go to a team where you at least have a chance to make a run at the cup or at the actual, final?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You would think.
I'm reminded, you mentioned the time he has left in his career. Not the last media day, but the one before that, Kyle Draper and I were talking to De'Aaron Fox, and we talked about DeMar. And this was, we had an inkling that he might not want to stay, De'Aaron, but he's here for now. And he said, I've got more time than DeMar, but I don't have any time to waste.
Well, that's clear as day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Read between the lines there.
Yeah. So, there's obviously been keen awareness of where DeMar DeRozan is with all this. So, it sounds like maybe the Kings are doing all they can do as far as getting something going. We'll see. The big silly trade news today, Kayla. And I know you love these things. You find them
rumors.
fascinating. Looks like Giannis has scrubbed all mentions of the Milwaukee Bucks, save for a picture with him with the trophy or something, from his social media. He's as good as asking out. Isn't he? Am I overreacting?
Who started this? Who started this whole thing? I don't care. It's been in the NFL. It's been in the NBA. It's a
good
thing
question.
with pro athletes. I guess I need to do my digging to find the answer to that because I want to know who was the first star to scrub their social medias. Because I remember Kyler Murray being the biggie.
Yes. Debo did it, I think, but he ended up staying. And I'm not saying he was the first. Dame used to do stuff like that when he was in Portland,
Dame
and he was
did.
just trolling people. He had no
Because he's
intention of
like
leaving.
that.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Jay?
No, I was Debo was the one that popped in my mind. Remember,
Yeah.
and that was the it just went crazy.
Yeah.
Like Debo Samuel just went crazy.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, he's leaving. And then he wound up signing the deal anyway. Yeah, I'll come back if that money looks good.
Well,
Right.
most of the time, you just mentioned Debo, most of the time they do because what happened with Kyler Murray? He ended up, So now we don't know what happens with him now. Maybe he scrubs it again and he is really gone.
Yeah.
But that is so funny when they do that. It's almost like they're holding like the team captive in a way, or they're like, well, you better figure it out. I think Jeffrey Simmons for the Titans did that. Like it's so odd.
It's so passive aggressive.
It is.
Among
Would
other
you do
things.
it, guys?
No.
I wouldn't either.
Right.
cares?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
I'm not gonna
Bucks,
take the
though,
time.
currently 11th in the East at 9-13. No wonder Giannis wants out. For everything that he's meant to them and they've meant to him, if he does want out, I hope he would at least approach it a little more, I don't know, what's the word? Just a little more with more class?
I'm surprised he did. And maybe there's a reasoning. Maybe we'll find
Yeah,
out
that could
why
be
he
too,
did
of
it.
course.
Because I don't want to jump to conclusions. He's doing it to, hold
I'm
the
all the
team.
way. I've jumped to that conclusion, Kayla.
You have.
I'm all the way over the mud and over to that conclusion.
I mean, more so, it probably is that. But he's always been so beloved there. And I think, if anything, I get it. It's a small market. That's probably one of the smaller markets in terms of an NBA team being there. And at some point, does he just want to go somewhere else to be in a bigger city, to have another chance? Because right now it's not looking the best.
Sacramento bigger than Milwaukee? I'm just asking.
I think it is. Because Sac is like a market 20. I only know this because I was in TV for so long. Sac is like a 20, and I think Milwaukee might be right above that. But I'll get back to you on that. I'm going to check.
A lot of people think that he might have his eyes on San Antonio if indeed he wants out of Milwaukee. Yeah, San Antonio is a tiny market, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm going to look up the market sizes really quick because I'm actually interested in that.
I'm
Why
just
the hell
trying
you
to
going
get
to San Antonio?
I'm trying to get as much of this out as I can before Jay comes in and shuts it down, tells me I'm silly and I'm overreacting.
I'm letting you do you today, brother. 'Tis the season, even.
He's a habitual line stepper.
I understand it. It's very true, but no, I'm just listening.
This is going to
I'm
change
listening.
the landscape of this NBA season, Jay. and the future of the NBA.
The trade talks right
Giannis
now.
out.
But you wonder, like, does he really have interest staying there? I mean, again, Milwaukee, no offense, and the Brewers are a great team, right? They've made some runs. But does he really want to stay there? So here we go. Sacramento, hey now, market 20. Okay.
This is TV.
This is
market or
TV.
media?
That's TV.
This is TV, but this is going to count pretty much as market size,
Sure,
right?
Sure.
And then we wanted to do San Antonio.
They got to be about 28, 30.
They are 31,
Yeah,
so you're very close on that. And then we wanted to do Milwaukee, correct?
I got to be about 22.
38.
Wow.
Yeah. So there we go,
Tiny.
Sacramento, bigger market. Come on down, Giannis.
Let's go, Giannis. Yeah.
What would you have to give up to get Giannis? Oh, kidding around.
I don't think you have to give up what your future, what your next
4.
You can't give up consecutive
Right.
drafts.
Okay.
So
for the
you'd
next,
be
like 4
26,
ones.
28, 30.
Probably 5 number ones would be like that would get you to the table where they'd even talk to you.
Yep.
And then after that, you don't have anything left, so I don't know.
Right. And then you have to throw in probably some guys.
Yeah, and
So-
of course, the most difficult part is that Giannis has to say, "Oh yeah, let's do that." And that seems unlikely.
Yeah.
But they're pretty excited of all places, San Antonio about this.
That's weird to me.
Yeah.
I don't really think that would be my first choice. But then again, I'm not him.
Well, what does he want? Does he want to?
Get-
Maybe he likes a small market, but he just wants to go to one where he can win.
I feel like he'd want to get closer to New York so that he could be closer to all the family over there.
Oh,
Where
yeah.
It's more of a like, hey, get on a plane and I'm over there when I want to be.
Yeah, obviously, I'm kidding around some, but I do think it's interesting that there was a time 20 years ago where you would look at the market sizes. Oh, they need more money for endorsements, this player, that player. They'll want to go to a bigger market. But now it doesn't matter.
Nah, it doesn't. And I do, though, want to say that it is surprising to me when I tell people that Sacramento is a market 20, they literally look at me like I have 18 eyes. And I'm going, no, this is a good-sized market. Hence
Yeah.
why I do believe this market deserves more professional teams. Sorry, I just went off on a different tangent really quick. But I did want to say that because it is surprising to people when they hear that. But I'm like, no, it's a pretty decent-sized market.
You would know better than I because you've spent more time out and about, and I've been, Northern California pretty much my whole life.
Yeah.
But I do get the sense that outside of the state, and even in parts of the state, people look down at Sacramento as, oh, Cowtown.
They do.
And it's not an accurate reflection of what's going on here.
It's not at all. And a lot of people have never, ever, ever been even to this side of the country that live in the South, that are, in the East or whatever. Some of them haven't even ever been here to visit. And that's mostly the South because I spent so much time there. So they do think of that as, Sacramento? What?
Yeah.
Wait, what? That Cowtown?
Yeah, we've always been to a degree in the shadow of, the
Bay.
Bay Area. Even though the gold was discovered here, right, Jay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
People had to go through San Francisco to come here.
Come here,
right.
baby.
San Francisco
That's
is
right.
the big hub because everybody around the world had to sail through the Golden Gate.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I mean,
but they had to come where? They had to come here.
the gold was
Yeah.
here. The good gold.
Kings are playing the Houston Rockets tomorrow night.
Oh,
and,
gosh.
Yeah, hoping that something will happen soon, but it's probably not going to be for another couple weeks here, maybe December 15th or so. Maybe Santa brings Kings fans a little bit of clarity on at least what direction this is all headed towards.
I am interested with this little road trip again, what happens. And I don't think that we should be figuring out wins and losses at this point, because I think more so is what types of moves are made. If we're starting to see a little bit more time for the young guys, and I know Alan Stiles mentioned on the show today that some of these guys like DeMar DeRozan, they're going to continue to play these guys because it doesn't look good around the league to not play your high-paid guys. So I don't think that we're going to just not see them play at all, or their minutes diminish greatly. But I do feel like we're going to start to see a little bit more time from some of these younger guys.
There's been a lot of talk, and there will continue to be talk about this trade the Kings should make or that trade. I'm going to give you some trades. I don't know what you guys are thinking, but these are trades I do not want them to make. I do not want them to trade for Jonathan Kuminga. I don't want Jonathan Kuminga here. Jonathan Kuminga has shown you what he is. he's not very professional. He's talented. He doesn't have a lot of interest in doing the things that a winning basketball player does. I know he's young, so if you're stuck and that's the best you can get for him, okay, but I would not want them to do that. I would not want John Collins here. He is an expiring contract, but he doesn't fit what I'm doing in terms of his age. He was a good player last year. This year, his numbers are down because he's not getting many shots with the Clippers, and I think he would just contribute again to the log jam here. I don't have anything against him, but DeMar for John Collins to me is just kind of kicking the can down the road a little bit.
Yeah.
I want the Kings to get younger players, draft assets, and maybe even some younger guys. Everyone knows this. Guys that maybe they didn't quite pan out where they are, but there's still some upside there. Kuminga might seem like one of those guys, but to me, I feel like I know what he is and I don't want it.
Because he more so with what you're saying is kind of the way he's handled things.
Yeah.
With Golden State and, having this injury, and I know he just got back, and maybe not having it to the point where he could have played, and why did he start, but now he's, not. There's a lot of question marks, and I get what you're saying. He comes with some baggage, and that's how I look at John Morant. And it's not just because John Morant, I don't care about I do care about the off-the-court stuff, but more so on the court, he has issues too, and with the injuries. So that's kind of how I am with a guy like John Morant. And when I hear those rumors, I'm like, I don't care to have John Morant here. I know you feel like he is a guy you could build around. Yes, but is he even going to be healthy half the time for you? You have to start new for the most part, and you have to start with having somebody who's reliable. And you just mentioned Kuminga. Is he reliable? We don't know. John Morant, is he reliable? We don't know because of the injury. So it's hard, though, to find those guys around the league that are available.
Yeah, because teams recognize how valuable they are and they keep them.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's almost like your real good bet is to go into the draft and just hopefully draft well and start to build around a couple of guys that you get.
It feels like the Kuminga, maybe Domas going there, it feels like that has cooled. Maybe both sides have lost interest. It does seem like the Warriors maybe are not as sure they would want to do that for what it would cost them. But if you go back to the 6 pillars of Scott Perry's Sacramento Kings, professional, accountable, competitive, tough, team-oriented, and disciplined. To me, to this point, Jonathan Kuminga has not been that type of guy. And I hope he will become that. I hope he's very happy. But to me, it's like, well, wait, if that's really the type of team you want to put together, I don't think he fits that, and I'm not sure Ja does. And also, Ja, to me, would seem like a little bit of a shortcut. Scott Perry says there are no shortcuts. It's like a guy that's kind of a young veteran, and maybe you bring him in and he jumpstarts things. To me, that's a shortcut that's not worth taking.
Yeah, and those are 2 good points. Kuminga being younger and maybe, again, has a little more potential to be tapped into, and they could possibly see that side, but when you do name out everything that Scott Perry has laid out for what he expects his team to be, you're right. I don't think that is necessarily the correct fit either. You could roll the dice and you could hit the jackpot on that, but it's more so probably have to be cautious in a situation like that because, again, you're having to start brand new and you don't want to really take huge risks.
Right. If you could get Kuminga, if I understand his contract right, you could bring him here for a while. You wouldn't necessarily have to commit to him
long term.
Yeah, you could decide, do we want to commit multi-years or do we just want to see it fit? So I understand the value of that flexibility. Also, we were talking yesterday about Keon Ellis, right? And how does he feel about this? We don't know, but I know Tristy Rodriguez is going to be on the show in a couple days. And also Brendan posted some pictures from, I think one was the team Christmas party, one was practice. And there's pictures of Keon and Doug Christie, and they're getting along great.
I know, and I told you that small little observation I had with the bench and him giving a punch, and I don't know. I read people's body language like nobody's business, and I never sensed anything awkward or when he's on the bench.
Right.
This is a mystery I hope that we uncover soon, or that comes out naturally with whatever they decide to do with him, because I still cannot put my finger on what they are doing with Keon Ellis. Maybe he is patiently waiting in the wing until they make the moves where he can actually get out of the logjam. Or maybe they straight up just told him, you're probably going to be traded. We love you, but it's for the better of both sides. I don't know.
It just seems, and this is another leap, I made the Giannis leap, but to your point, I agree with you. It just looks like whatever it is, whatever the situation is, he and Doug they're clear on it, and they're okay with each other.
I agree. Yeah, I think they're cool with each other.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not Keon's cool with Scott Perry or, ownership, I don't know that. But the interaction that we have seen straight up with Keon and Coach, normal. It looks like they both respect the heck out of each other.
Yeah. I agree with you. I mean, it certainly did look that way.
Yeah. And like I said, if not, Keon should go into acting.
Yeah.
Because he'd make a lot of money.
Yeah. Real quick, speaking of respect, I'm listening to the morning show today, and I hear, I forget the name of the guy. It's Christopher Lott, of course, and Jay Ross.
Okay, yeah, I know those two.
Carmichael Davis.
There it is.
All kidding aside, he was talking about something you and I were talking about yesterday, and he said, I want to play that, and he actually played. I was talking about, hey, the Kings are going to have to rebuild the roster and also rebuild trust with fan base. Dave played that, and he said he's kind of both ways. He said, and I appreciate him bringing it up. I'm just kidding. Yeah. But he did say, what he's saying is true, but I don't think it's going to be that hard to rebuild that trust. He said once they start winning, everything will fall into place. That's what he said. That's true, but that's not going to be easy.
And it's not going to probably happen quick.
Right.
So
exactly.
I think the big question with that is you don't want to completely lose your fan base over the next, couple of years.
Because that's a good question. How many years? We're talking at least 3, at least, and probably closer to twice that.
Because if we're going down the Detroit route of how they've done the rebuilding, it has taken a lot of time. Oklahoma City, I feel like there's a lot of luck involved with their rebuild or just, making the team what it is. And I don't know if Sacramento is like that type of a luck team where it's just overnight it happens to be fixed. So it's the patience in between because I think you could see a lot of losing for a while.
Could, yeah. I do agree that Kings fans, if they can see the plan and they like the pieces and they feel some optimism, they're going to be more willing to jump on board. But they are skeptical right now, understandably.
And I hope it's a quick fix, man.
Yeah.
That'd be freaking awesome.
When we come back, Jackson Dart is an idiot next on Sactown Sports.
A Sacramento tradition continues this year. The Santa Parade. Free for all to enjoy circling Capitol Park beginning at 10 a.m. December 13th, the joy of the holiday season. Santa Claus is coming to Sacramento with the 41st Santa Parade. Join Sactown Sports 1140 December 13th beginning at 10 a.m.
Brought to you in part by Elk Grove Chevrolet, Western Health Advantage, and OK Tire and Automotive.
Year-end pricing's in effect. Every vehicle's priced to sell before the new year during Happy Honda Days. At Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Get behind the wheel of your new Accord or Civic today. Own or lease during Happy Honda Days at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda. Visit us at FolsomLakeHonda.com. Your one-stop Honda shop.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's Holiday Food Drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today. What would a Maverick do? Because you're a Maverick too. Limited appointments, some restrictions apply. Give to get with no gimmicks.
Not all rooftops are created equal. Revival at the Sawyer isn't just above the city, it's above the rest. Think DJs, live beats, a crowd that's always in the know, and views that make Golden One Center look like it's in your backyard. It's the rooftop Sacramento can't stop talking about. Revival, an experience that's anything but ordinary. Whether it's game night, date night, or just your night, Revival is where memories get made and the city feels alive. One rooftop, endless stories. Book your reservation at revivalsacramento.com.
The holidays can be a time of increased stress for those struggling with opioid or stimulant addiction. They can also be a time for pause, reflection, opportunity, and new beginnings. This holiday season, choose treatment and recovery, embrace the company of family and friends, and create special moments. Find a proven opioid or stimulant addiction treatment provider near you at choosechangeca.org.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game, offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert, John Party, Chris Young, Turnpike Troubadours, Dylan Scott, and more. Line dancing, live DJs, mechanical bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park, May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with the California Office of Traffic Safety, Caltrans, and Bare Bones Workwear. For more info, visit CITPFest.com.
Good push in the middle.
High snap. The kick got down with the right hand. No,
he didn't kick
it. He never kicked it. He kicked the ground. We go to timeout with 6:22 to go here in the second.
Live and local, it's The Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Well, thank goodness we had the NBA on Peacock last night, because that Monday night game was not much to look at. Unless you're a Patriots fan, unless you enjoy watching the New York Giants self-destruct 33-15, the final. Did you watch much of the Monday night game?
I did, because I have a rooting
fan.
interest.
Oh, yeah?
Vrabel.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm a big fan of Mike Vrabel, and he treated, the media pretty well in Tennessee. I know that people have their thoughts on Vrabel, but loved working with him. So I root for him in a way, and they've got a couple Titans players on that team, and they've got Kyle Williams, who is a former Washington State wide receiver who caught a touchdown pass last night.
Wasn't it a playoff game that he won there in New England with the
Titans? Yes, I was there.
I remember that. Yeah,
it was real cold, and I always like to tell people Gillette Stadium is out in the middle of nowhere in Foxborough, and it is absolutely miserable.
I think that was Tom Brady's last game as a Patriot.
Yep. It was kind of crazy. So being out there, and I always loved going to new stadiums, but that was an interesting one. The clam chowder was great at halftime, but other than that, that is a cold place to play football when it's the actual months of, you could tell last night it was real cold.
Yeah.
So I watched the game.
Is there anything around the stadium now?
Yeah, there's the only thing they built around it is kind of like a shopping center, there's a couple restaurants in there, and there's some little outlet stores, but other than that, and they're not big, they're small, so everything in terms of the wind and the weather, it just goes right through it.
Yeah, it reminds me of Arco.
That's what I was
Kind
thinking,
of like older
Jay.
Arco.
Right.
Yeah.
I just saw it for the first time
For
the other
Natomas.
day.
Kind of built up. That's what it looks like. It's really in the middle of literally nothing.
That's old school, because now they put everything, the stadium and amenities and a downtown, all in one place. And back then, it was, we'll put the stadium here in the middle of nowhere, and then we'll see if it fills up.
Yeah. And I mean, thank goodness that they've been pretty good and that they're a national brand, because they probably wouldn't have anybody in that stadium, and probably didn't last year. They probably didn't fill up much. But now, look at them. They're one of the better teams.
Jay just played the Young Ho Koo botched field goal attempt. You know what happened? Just reading, he said, well, the ball was slipping out, so I pulled up. So what that tells me is he saw that and said, I'm not going to make this kick. I mean, isn't he better off kicking it and seeing where it goes?
Yes.
Of course. But he didn't want to kick it because, hey, I don't want to miss a kick. It's not my fault.
Okay, it looked worse, bro.
Yeah, I know.
And you probably stubbed 5 toes in the making of this whole situation.
Kick the ball, see what happens.
Yeah. I was in amazement, and then I broke out into laughter. And I feel sorry, but I don't, because you chose to do it. But, what are you doing, man?
Yeah, that's up there with whichever Grammatica it was, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to the various Grammaticas, but remember one of them made the kick and then tore up his knee celebrating?
Yes.
Might have been Martine or the other one, I don't know. But, yeah, that was the biggest kicking blunder I've ever seen. Then there was a Super Bowl years ago. Garo Upremium had it. Somehow he ended up with the ball and tried to throw a pass. That was terrible. But last night, for a guy to get, I wasn't going to kick it. So I kicked the turf. Terrible.
I mean, that was bad. I had not read that is what he explained it as. And you really have to wonder, maybe that is the real reason, but that makes it even sound stupider, I feel like.
Yeah, so, I don't appreciate that.
No, and I'm sure you should have seen Jackson Dart. They think they panned a Jackson Dart on the sideline, and his face was like, really? Really? I'm out here, and it's his choice, but I'm out here running for a first down and getting knocked out of bounds, and you're can't even kick a ball?
With the ball and the cold weather and the ball, pardon me, I just had a pop-up come in here.
It was Bill Grammatica, by the way.
Bill Grammatica, okay, thank you.
Or his ACL an 0-1 this month, December, while celebrating a field goal by jumping up, which led to Pat Tillman having the kickoff for the team.
That's right. Rest in peace, Pat Tillman. Yeah.
I was approaching the ball. Cold weather kind of slipped. It keeps jumping around on me. I apologize every time I try to read it. Yeah. The ball kind of slipped out at the bottom, so it was moving. I wasn't able to kick through the ball. The ball was moving when I was driving to it, so I just pulled up on it.
Okay, they showed a replay. I personally did not see the ball really moving.
The holder did a great job. And
this is so funny to me.
Yeah, he did say, Jamie did a good job of catching and putting it back, but at that point, it was too late. That's what he said.
Does he have a job this morning? I didn't even look. I'm
Still
always
employed.
interested. Okay, he is.
Yeah.
Because
he didn't miss a kick. I didn't miss it.
They're quick to get rid of these kickers nowadays, just like anybody else in terms of coaches or whatever. Kickers are the first to kind of go if there's a mishap.
It looks like there are some pretty decent ones that are available now.
There are.
Yeah.
Probably for that reason.
Yeah.
They have
the 49ers have had 3 kickers this year now.
That is wild to think. Is Panero back, by the way, guys? I didn't even see.
Supposed to be
allegedly
back
next week.
your team.
Okay.
After the bye.
Got it. That's right. Bye came at a good time.
Supposed to be back. Yeah, so we'll see. I was not impressed with the Jackson Dart experience last night.
No, you were not.
He just, you just got to.
It's okay to not like him.
You just have to run out of bounds. And I don't even care. I'm not a Giants fan.
Right.
But, I don't understand. Everyone who knows and has been through it and understands it tells you, you got to get out of bounds, slide, and it's like, no, I'm not going to do it.
I think he's trying to be a hero. I truly do. I think when you go to the New York market.
Heroes get concussions too.
They do. And he just came back from a 2-game, stint where he didn't play because of a concussion. And if he wants to be the answer in New York, let's play the slow game and not this I have to play hero ball and do all the extra things. You're not good this year. Your team is not good, so you're not going to help them get to the playoffs. Do your best as you can do, but don't make stupid decisions. I'm not understanding sometimes the logic behind why he does some of the things. Because again, this is the longer term solution. If you want to be the longer term solution, you got to keep yourself healthy. And I think sometimes he's not as smart doing things.
By the way, one of our outstanding account executives, former professional baseball player Scott Navarro, says the ball was moving on him. I saw a close-up on the ball from another angle, but still got to kick it.
Who cares? Kick the ball.
Kick the ball.
It's like he got frightened by movement.
If you don't kick it, what do you think's going to happen?
Right.
How's that going to be better?
He's like, I just got freaked out.
Yeah. No one's going to
ball
agree with
moving.
this. I really believe this. I think the Giants should have drafted Shedeur instead of Jackson Dart.
Well, I think there's a lot of people who would agree with that. And I think at some point they were interested in Shedeur until all the stuff came out. And again, I don't know how much of that is honestly true. This is what makes it hard nowadays with the media that we have all around us.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe some of that was true, right? But I think you might be onto something in that in terms of Shedeur over Jackson Dart. But guess what? Abdul Carter has played well for them, but he's also been a disciplinary issue.
Right.
I think you saw last night he sat for the first part of the game because of a discipline issue.
First series.
First series,
Yeah.
You're right, Jay.
Yeah.
So
the thing with Shedeur, he was okay against the 49ers. The conditions were terrible, but he hasn't really shown it yet, but he's an accurate passer.
I think Shedeur could be. Yeah. I really, and you can take his personality, maybe being a little cocky or whatever. I think he loves the game. And I think if you love the game and he didn't throw his coach under the bus the other day. I don't know if anyone saw the presser.
Right.
But he was asked specifically about Stefanski.
That's a rude question.
He did. And I was kind of like, okay, I see what you're doing there.
Yeah.
Like, I think that if they give him an opportunity, he could be good for a team. And I don't know if it will be with the Browns because nobody ever is. But I do think like sometimes maybe going for a guy like him would have made more sense.
Yeah. Like you said, based on what we heard, if that's true, I understand why they went the way they did, but I'm not a big Jackson Dart fan. Wish him the best, but I don't think I'd have taken him.
We'll see how long he can keep his body right because right now he's not going at a good pace.
The Patriots, number 1 in the AFC.
Didn't see that coming. Did
The
not see
dynasty
it.
has been rebuilt already.
In a year. They had a couple years of bad ball, and then it's back.
It's going to be just like that 46 defense Super Bowl, Bears and the Patriots.
Oh, goodness. We're
I could
starting
see
something here.
Both of those teams taking the first time they play in the playoff an L.
When we come back, the Ringers updated top 100 CJ Sabonis slide next on Sactown Sports.
The Drive Guys, weekdays 2 p.m. to 6 p.m.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
I'm Navy vet Phil Briggs, here for Navy Federal Credit Union. Just like the holiday spirit, Navy Federal Credit Union can be shared by all veterans, active duty, and their families. Even parents, grandparents, and kids can enjoy the exclusive benefits from membership. Members could earn and save $461 per year with exclusive savings and discounts. So whether you're Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, Coast Guard, or Space Force, join now at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is federally insured by NCUA. Value claim based on Navy Federal's 2024 member give back study.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She could get a deal. Book telehealth if you feel.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Everyone wants the Emirates NBA Cup.
The temperature is rising.
30 teams started. But only 8 have advanced to the single elimination knockout rounds. To survive, they'll have to be hungry, relentless, ruthless.
Are you kidding me?
They all want the cup, but only one team can claim it. Who will capture the cup? Emirates NBA Cup knockout rounds begin December 9th on Prime.
The clock is ticking. This holiday season, give the gift they'll really love. A new Honda from Northern California's best Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Happy Honda days are happening right now. Score big with low payments, top trade-in value, and a huge selection of new Hondas, all at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on the results of the study recognized on June 18, 2025, USA Today's list of California's top car dealers 2025.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
On FS1 right now, we got all, monitors around the whole studio watching every sporting event currently going on in the world.
Anything above that tree?
No.
Oh, okay.
Just a star.
I tried putting some decorations on the tree, Jay.
Did you?
Well, Alan always puts his wallet and his keys over there.
That's his
fault.
fault.
So I put them on the tree. And then I didn't try to hide him or anything. And then Alan was like, "Where's my stuff? What do you do? What'd you do?" So anyway, he took him down.
Why does he put his stuff over there?
I know.
I don't know.
Between him and Dave, man, it's like a locker room in there.
Yeah,
it is.
It's a good question. Yeah, his wallet. So I had his wallet in there and his keys dangling
Hanging
there.
on the tree?
Yeah. And he was like, "Where is it? Where is it? It's right in front of you."
It's like the lost and found. We just put it on the tree. If you forget anything in here, it's gonna be on the tree.
I'll have to bring in some ornaments. Anyway, on FS1, they were showing over and over and over the Jackson Dart play last night where he ran down the sideline and got
hammered.
Got his innards disheveled.
Mm-hmm.
And then said, "This is not soccer." That's fine, but someone just has to explain to him, okay, you're missing the point.
This is also not UFC.
Yeah.
What are we doing,
You're the
bro?
quarterback, and we need you healthy to have our best chance to win. So maybe you could help us with that. Nah, it's not soccer.
And what a put down for soccer. I mean, he was really just taking a shot at soccer there, right?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Have you heard, as I've heard, I don't know that it's true, but people across the pond that are rugby fans, they look at American football and go,
yeah.
By the way, in the pads, that's not manly enough, mate.
It's kind of crazy. Have you been to a rugby match?
No, I've only seen a little bit on TV
It's
here and there.
wild, to say the least.
Uh-huh.
And I get what they're saying. I don't want the NFL to do that. They already have their, issues they're trying to fix with concussions. What they do over there they don't care. I mean, they're on piles. They pile on each other. They're they make human piles. It's insanity. Mm-hmm. But, that's a thing.
Some rugby players, it seems to me, have impossibly square heads. Mm-hmm. And this is an anatomical advantage when you're playing rugby. I think.
It is.
I don't know that much
about cauliflower ear, like wrestlers.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah. Because they get rubbed, the helmet thing that they wear, and they get rubbed a lot because they're always pushing on each other.
About 2011, I don't know if you had these discussions, but, we were dealing with the concussion movie and all the fallout of all the concussions and lawsuits and things. So a lot of times we're having these discussions about what do you do to make the game safer, because the league was trying to decide, what they do with the kickoff. And I had a friend who said, you get rid of the helmets, and then it's like rugby. And I understand it, but I just don't think that would be the answer.
No. I get what he's saying. I get the intentions behind it, but yeah, and there's so much more different things to talk about with football and the positions, and there's a lot more guys, and just the field is longer. I don't see that working.
Yeah. I guess that kickoff thing is working safer. I don't know.
The punt returns, have you guys noticed this year? We're actually getting some excitement with punt returns.
Sky Moore.
Sky Moore is one of them. There's been a couple here and there. Last night, the Patriots had a great return. Mm-hmm. So Titans had one. Titans did something right. They had Chimere Dike the other day that had a great return. So we're seeing a little more excitement because I'm not going to lie. I kind of like watching punt returns when it was exciting back in the day, and we hadn't had that for a while. So
Jay, what's the deal with 49er special teams? It's actually very good.
Maybe somebody came up from the basement, and snuck into a couple of practice meetings with the regular squad. They playing pretty well, and the kickers have done well, minus Jake Moody, right? I mean, no qualms, no quarrels. They've given up a few, nothing major, but
they're not losing games.
No, they're not.
They helped win the game on Sunday.
Agree. Yeah, I like that. I'm pretty sure somebody snuck up the stairs, man.
Yeah, he's like,
and
hey, special teams, you in there?
Or maybe half the guys who play special teams have now played defensive snaps, and now they've come back to special teams.
Yeah.
Who knows?
They only have 17 guys on the roster.
Yeah, they're all playing 2 ways, baby.
Yeah. 2 ways.
Sammy Ball, slinging Sammy Ball.
Yeah. Just looking here, getting back to the NBA at the Ringers monthly list, top 100 players in the NBA. And I have to admit, it's kind of a bittersweet this time, because for months now, Kayla, since the Beam team, we'd go over this and, we'd say that guy should be higher and the Kings are getting disrespected.
Sure.
And now with the Kings apparently in some manner of rebuild, the stakes just don't seem as high. It just doesn't seem like it's worth it to get upset about where Domantas Sabonis is or where they have DeMar. But I will just say real quickly, Domantas Sabonis in the most recent top 100 put together by the Ringer panel, he's at 38, and that's actually down 7 spots from last month.
Yeah, and part of it because he hasn't been as available, right?
He hasn't been available, and the numbers have been down.
Yep.
Zach LaVine would be next for the Kings at 64, and that's actually up 4 spots, which I think speaks to how he got off to a decent start this year.
Yeah, 5 out of 6 games with 30 or more points, but really has been a lull since then. Mm-hmm. And then what, DeMar?
And then DeMar is the only other one, and he's at 77, which is down from 67 last month. Yeah.
I don't know. If anybody should have gone up.
67 actually in June, I'm sorry.
In June? I thought if out of those 3, it should be DeMar that goes up. And I get it, like positioning with other guys that are in certain spots. But Zach LaVine, going up doesn't make sense to me. No offense.
Yeah. Zach LaVine was actually in October. He was 72nd, so he's gone up.
Yeah, he's gone up significantly.
He's a big riser. Yeah. And then, as I said, Domas. Well, anyway, it's not as much fun.
Did you read the little blurbs that come by those guys in particular? Because 2 of them they take shots at a little bit.
Yeah? What do we got?
So when we see Domantas Sabonis on there, and he's, again, at 38 for the Kings, he's the highest King that is on this list. It says, offensively versatile big man. Okay, yeah. whose defensive warts can complicate his team's ambition.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the little blurb on him.
Yeah.
And then for Zach LaVine, he is at 64, moving up, like you just said. Athletic marvel and professional scorer who has more style than substance.
Mm-hmm.
So a little bit of a shot there. And then DeMar's is okay. And, like we said, DeMar's been pretty solid. But throwback scorer who's a master of the mid-range and torchbearer of the mid-team. Well, there's a little shot there.
This might be a little mean, but I'm going to go over the top 10 and just see how Jay reacts.
Let's do it.
There are certain players on here that drives Jay nuts.
I want to hear,
See if we get to him. But the top 10, I don't know, Jay. Maybe
Here we go.
Yeah. Jokic.
He's
Shea.
a 10. Yeah. 10.
Giannis.
10.
Luka.
10.
Wemby.
10.
Ant.
Wait. Hold on. Wemby. This
Wemby
year?
at number 5.
Nah, he ain't 10. No.
Number 6 is Ant. Number
Yep.
7, Steph.
Yep.
Donovan Mitchell, 8.
Yeah, he's been balling.
Brunson, 9. And Cade Cunningham in the top 10.
Yeah. Minus Wemby. I'd push Wemby out.
Okay.
Wemby's the name, so they're going to throw him in there. With Wemby, he's good. He's not great yet, depending on how you utilize the word great. But there's times, and you can go back and look, he'll put up 25, 30, then he gives you 9.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no superstar does that, rarely.
Every team would love to have him, but I know what you mean. It's almost like they're still trying to figure out how to maximize what he brings, but he's really good defensively this year.
He is.
Durant, Booker, Jaylen Brown, 13, Şengün, Maxey, 15, Evan Mobley, Jalen Williams. Hopefully I can get to Austin.
Mobley?
Yeah.
I haven't watched Mobley enough this year to know if he's a top 15 guy.
He's
good,
really good defender.
Yeah.
LeBron, 18.
No, stop that. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Davis,
barely
19.
played.
LeBron is 18?
Kawhi Leonard, 20.
Come on. LeBron might not even crack the top 50.
But he
just put up 10 points a couple nights ago.
Yeah, I think he just last night.
Was that last night? Okay, yeah. I'm like, was I looking at it last night?
Destroyed
they
by
did.
the Suns, and Dylan Brooks was giving them the business all night long.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Come on.
32 is Austin Reeves, your guy.
He's played about 32 this year. You got to give him love.
Okay.
He played well against the
He's been playing way
Kings.
above his head this year. Mm-hmm. Way above.
That's the nicest thing you've ever said about him.
Yeah, I mean, but he's
earned it, huh?
Earned it this year. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got to give him that. He's not the 32nd best player in the league, but right now, sure, give it to him.
Not bad.
Ryan Hollins is going to join us when we come back. Ryan Hollins, the former King. He's a Rocket TV analyst, so he'll help us get ready for the Kings and the Rockets tomorrow night. That's coming up on Sactown Sports.
A Sacramento tradition continues this year. The Santa Parade. Free for all to enjoy, circling Capitol Park beginning at 10 a.m. December 13th, the joy of the holiday season. Santa Claus is coming to Sacramento with the 41st Santa Parade. Join Sactown Sports 1140 December 13th beginning at 10 a.m.
Brought to you in part by Elk Grove Chevrolet, Western Health Advantage, and OK Tire and Automotive.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors, locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need, from reliable printers to high-performance copiers. We'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology, family hometown service with big-time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729. Or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-291-0198. 800-291-0198. Again, that's 800-291-0198.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's Holiday Food Drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today. What would a Maverick do? Because you're a Maverick too. Limited appointments, some restrictions apply. Give to get with no gimmicks.
Stay up to date on Sacramento sports. Join the Sactown Sports 1140 newsletter. Visit SactownSports.com.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Born in 1892 to a socially prominent family, she was the consummate athlete, proficient in golf, tennis, marksmanship, swimming, and car racing. Many considered her the greatest horsewoman of the century. She was a pioneer in the field of golf course development with 3 world-class courses on her resume: the Women's National Golf and Tennis Club, Cypress Point, and Pasatiempo. Working for SFB Morse of Pebble Beach fame led to her second golf course development, which many consider to be the greatest golf course in the world, Cypress Point, where she developed a lifelong friendship and professional relationship with famed architect Alistair McKenzie. Pasatiempo in Santa Cruz was her third development, where she hosted the likes of Bobby Jones, Will Rogers, Babe Saharias, and more. Today, her place is alongside many others in the World Golf Hall of Fame. Congratulations, Marion Hollins, a visionary golf course architect and pioneer of the game. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Cause Texas from the south, and Louisiana from the south, and Memphis 10 from the south, Atlanta, Georgia from the south, nationwide doing the south.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Yeah, you got the Drive Guys, Whitey and Jay and Kayla with us today. Of course, tomorrow night, the Kings taking on the Houston Rockets. Former King Ryan Hollins played 10 seasons in the NBA. He's now a TV analyst for the Rockets. Fun fact, many of the post moves that Ryan has taught Alperen Şengün are post moves that I taught Ryan on the Nerf ball hardwood years ago. That you can confirm that for us, right, Ryan?
That's confirmed. That's confirmed. you know what? During breaks, you know, Waddy you're very adamant about the sky hook, you know.
Not everybody has a touch, Ryan. You know, it's some can teach, and it's a gift. When I come out with my post moves video, can I get you to either be in it or endorse it in some way? Would you be willing to do that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's full extension. I mean, Kareem style. I mean, it is a sight to be seen.
Appreciate that. How's everything going? You guys are off to a great start this year.
Doing good, man. It's been a fun year. We got a good group of guys over here. I think obviously some things have been better than expected. You know, it's a work in progress, but nonetheless, when you look at the Houston Rockets, you can see the talent top to bottom. And I think, you know, it obviously starts with Kevin Durant, and he's showing that he's still one of the best players on the planet.
Yeah, Ryan, let's talk about KD a little bit. What's been maybe the most surprising thing that he's brought to the table?
How many shots he passes up. I play with guys who just go get their numbers. He could lead the league in scoring this year. Will he be as good? Maybe not. Would he extend his career? Would the longevity be there? Maybe not. But he's good enough to go and get 40 every night. Like you say that with certain guys that are like he can go get 40 every night, and we've seen that from him. But the amount of shots that he passes up, like he has there's a real drive in Kevin Durant that wants to see Alperen Şengün be better, that wants to see Amin Thompson flourish. Like, he genuinely wants to see these young guys excel and get better. And he's like, if you guys can set me up for a shot, even better. And you see it with his play, and he backs it up.
I wanted to ask you also, Ryan Hollins with us, about Reed Shepherd. I mean, has he made the need to replace Van Vliet less urgent? He's having a nice season.
No, man, there's always going to be a value for Fred Van Vliet. He's the emotional leader and the leader of this ball club and the guy who gets everybody set. But that's an immense loss. But I think one thing Reed is doing is he's carving out his own niche. And, don't get up in arms when I say this, but, his closest comp is Steph Curry, where, he can hit those really high difficulty shots. He's a different player than Steph. So I know Trae Young kind of got a lot of that. And we see that Trae Young's his own player. But with Reed Shepherd, he can fill it up. He's got a quick release. I will be honest, on the defensive end, he's got amazing hands, but people target him. And it's very Curry-esque, and when he gets hot, man, he can change a game in a jiffy. So he's a unique player, and it's just a dimension that you don't really see in the league, and we haven't seen since Curry. But again, I'm not calling him Curry. Let's get him there, but I definitely see the comps with the deep and the quick shooting and the way that he can get his looks off.
What do you think, Jay? Are we going to allow that?
Yeah,
Brian's my guy, but
I was thinking about. I said, why did you gonna let him slip it in there?
He went there once, okay. Then he went back to it a couple more times. Then he tried to say, "I'm not saying he's."
I thought he was talking about Seth at first.
Seth.
Go watch the heaters that the young fella's been on. I understand the comps, fellas. I understand the comps. And watch Curry in his Curry wasn't Curry till his third or fourth year.
Yep.
So, you got to understand, this is only year 2 for Reed Shepherd. I'm not saying he's going to be that. That's the ceiling. I'm not throwing that out, but I understand the comps.
Oh, speaking of Steph, and this is really interesting, Ryan, and I know you've been nice enough to discuss that with us before, but you talk about Steph when he came into his own. I mean, you were right there. You guys were rivals with them, right? So you saw him and that team become a great team, but they weren't always that.
You knew Steph could shoot, but you didn't know he was going to transcend the game. And a lot of us had disbelief and for a while with Steph because he did a lot of things we've never seen, and we didn't believe that you could win like that. For three-point shooting, what we always say, you live and die by the three. Okay, a team shoots a lot of threes, cool, we're going to out-rebound them, and at a certain point they're going to miss those shots. Well, they never miss shots, and they won a championship shooting threes. So he transcended the game, man. It was very much something different than we'd ever seen.
Going back, Ryan, to Reed Shepherd, because I'm curious from last year to this year, is it just the matter of getting more minutes and finding a flow more that's allowed him to kind of shine in these categories?
Yeah, minutes have been huge, but I think one thing with Ime and, watching film with Reed Shepherd and the focus they have with him, he's had to go out and he's had to be better defensively. His effort had to be there. And again, I think not just from the coaching staff, but like Kevin Durant coming over and being like, take these shots. Or the Milwaukee game, he turned the game around, kind of with a couple of the plays that he made and the shots that he hit where the team couldn't really shoot well. And the first thing Kevin Durant goes is Reed Shepherd won us that game. But they've infused confidence in Reed Shepherd that has him walking different, talking different. Yeah. The excitement's there. The hesitation's been gone. But when you have a guy backing you up of that caliber, one of the greatest to ever do it, you start believing you can do anything, and we've seen that from Reed.
Hey, Ryan, I wanted to ask you, you kind of were barking up the same tree I was getting ready to ask you, is we're going through a culture change, front office change. Coach Doug Christie, former player like Coach Ime Udoka. We, from the outside looking in Houston, when we seen Coach Udoka come to Houston, you could see the attitude completely change for the Rockets. Am I clear in asking that, or am I completely wrong, or has he really added who he is and the Rockets have kind of followed behind him?
No, man, this is all Ime. From first off with accountability, his mindset, the way he relates to players. He challenges guys, and we talk about things you can't really do. He's like, nah, we're going to play defense in this era of three-point shooting, and everybody, it's too much pace, too much space to be able to defend. And Ime's like, nah, if you can't do it, I'm going to find someone who can. And I think he's changed the culture there. And, a lot of it, you can look at the Alfred Şengün and see the success that he's had. But, he was hard on these guys. And the guys who he's been hardest on have really excelled. So that is Ime. That is 100% Ime.
Mm-hmm. And to that point, Ryan, as you know, the Rockets are, I think they're second in three-point percentage, but they're 29th in attempts. They don't play with a lot of pace. So in some ways, are they kind of almost a throwback team?
I wouldn't say that the pace isn't there. It's just different because you have a team with a Ben Thompson that will get out and run.
Uh-huh.
The one thing they haven't done is getting the stops. The defense has taken a little bit of a step back, even though it has improved. It's been up and down. The consistency hadn't been there as it was, in the past, just to be honest. So I think that's probably the biggest difference that we're seeing. So Houston has gotten out and run, but it just hasn't been the same. And then you have dominant players like Alfred Şengün and KD, who in the half court, you can just let those guys put the ball in their hands and get out the way. And I think that's been a huge, huge difference there.
Going back to KD, and you were telling us that, he's been an influence on some of these younger players, even helping with the confidence side of things. Over here in Sacramento, Westbrook comes here. And, I think he's outplayed expectations. Being the age that he is, he's really helped in certain situations here, I think with younger guys too, according to Doug Christie. How unique is it right now that we're seeing, ironically, two guys that played together in Oklahoma City still be so influential in the game in Westbrook and KD?
Man, it's their longevity. There's no accident behind it, and they play the game the right way. You can't cheat the game, and especially at this age, this is all repetitive habits, consistency, and there's one thing about talent, and there's one thing about working hard and earning your keep. And both those guys have done that, and two of the harder workers that we have in the game. KD's a guy who comes in after practice, before practice. You literally have to pull him out of the gym. That's how much that he shoots and he works. And when you see like a guy like that, it rubs off. And I would say for KD, this is the most vocal he's been as a leader. Normally, he's a guy who just, leads by example. And there's nothing wrong with that. We all have different styles of leadership. But this year, he's been very, very hands-on in going out and putting his hands on young guys and making sure that they are, confident in doing the things that, you really expect out of them.
Joined by Ryan Hollins, 10-year NBA vet, of course, the voice of television for the Houston Rockets, color analyst. Ryan, one of the things that you guys kind of faced with Fred VanVleet going out early was a void at the point guard, and Amen Thompson has kind of jumped in on paper. Of course, you got the wily veteran Aaron Holiday behind him. How's been the move when it comes to the point guard and how you guys are approaching that with Fred VanVleet out?
No surprise, man. And I think it's been kind of really filled at the end of the day by committee. And when I say that, Amen Thompson will bring the ball up. You've seen Reed Shepherd in moments that we just talked about earlier. And I think the biggest surprise is Point Şengün. I didn't think that, with the game on the line, he'd be bringing the ball up the court, and that's one thing we've seen a lot of. And, he's played it extremely well, man. But I think everybody shouldered that load. And I think you have a different appreciation for Fred, like a guy. You put the ball in his hands, and then you don't have to worry about anything moving forward, and he just, makes plays and makes sure everybody's happy and gets looks. So Fred VanVleet is different, man. But I think it has been a pleasant surprise seeing the guys play well, and Aaron Holiday's been, just on fire with his minutes and the production that he's had. So I think it's been a somewhat of a blessing in disguise, but make no mistake, Fred is still extremely missed.
Hey, Ryan, last night, I don't know if you had a chance to see it, but the Phoenix Suns beat the Lakers in L.A., and, of course, Dillon Brooks had a big offensive night, and he was getting under LeBron's skin. Now, I know the Rockets are very happy with their side of the trade, and it looks like it's working out for Dillon Brooks, but you had a front row seat at how he does that, gets under people's skins for so long. Are you surprised that he's still able? I mean, it's LeBron, and he clearly was antagonizing LeBron. How does he consistently do it night after night after night?
Nah, man, Dillon's missed. He is a huge part of setting the culture here in Houston with the things, with what he's brought to the table. He doesn't have an off switch. He plays hard. Like any game that Dillon Brooks is in, automatically, like, the energy goes to a different level. The the hype is there. So it didn't surprise me, man. And the one thing that people don't know, man, he's become a heck of a 3-point shooter. You know, he's a knockdown shooter, man. And again, he's one of those tireless workers, man. But it's no mistake that Phoenix was like, yeah, you got KD, but we're taking Dylan Brooks back. Mm-hmm. And you see what he's doing with the culture there. He's a culture shifter. And you think everywhere he's been, Memphis hadn't been the same since he's been gone. He helped Houston get where they need to go. And the Suns are by far exceeding expectations.
Ryan Hollins joining us here on The Drive, guys. And when it comes to exceeding expectations, the Sacramento Kings not really doing that this year at all. And I know they are there tomorrow. I don't know how much you've dug in to the Kings and what they've done this season, but is there anything from an outside perspective that maybe has surprised you a little about, not having as many wins?
Yeah, I think for the Kings, it's where do I start? You have a group.
Kayla stumped you. She stopped you cold.
For one, how is Russell Westbrook available? Yeah. That amazes me, and that was a huge pickup. I think they got to get back to defending and playing hard. When they compete, they're a group that has enough talent and shooting that can play with any and everybody. And I think you get into a tough situation. I've been there before in Sacramento, where you're pointing fingers, and I think you got to move on the string. You got to do the little things. You got to commit there. And I think when they've done that, you've seen Sacramento kind of compete with anybody, and I think they had some tough losses also, in the Western Conference. This is the talent level is off the charts. There's no nights off, literally, and people are looking at Sacramento and saying, this is a must win. We got to take care of business here. So nobody's going to be apologetic or feel bad for them, but they got to dig themselves out of this hole, and again, I don't think it gets any easier. And, make no mistake, man, Mike Brown is a heck of a coach. He did a heck of a job there, so I think you're missing what he brought to the table, and they're trying to, De'Aaron Fox not being there, Halliburton not being there, those guys have to move forward. But I think the hard play, the consistency, you look at, what's my man over in San Antonio, who Harrison Barnes, who was a big part of what was going on there. You lose that, so I think you got to appreciate the guys that were there. I don't think it gets any easier, and it's a group that's kind of shown, like, when they play hard, like, they have a shot. But you're going to play hard, you're going to work, and it's the Western Conference. You're going to lose some games within that, and you can't let that discourage you. And I think that most of all, they've let some of that discourage them, and that's what you've seen with the Kings.
Very diplomatic.
Yeah, that boy, Brian. Ryan, I'm going to throw one more at you, kind of in the same sense, big time, because you've been a part of some good teams, great teams, and then also been a part of some lean teams. Charlotte, of course, drafting you the year in Minnesota. I believe you guys won under 20 games when you played that year. Like, how does one get – and I know you're going to tell me be professional because that's who you are, but how does one consistently come to the arena every single night and give the effort when you know you're probably not on a winning team?
Man, you got to focus on the controllables, and you got to understand there's a lot of people in this league watching and seeing what you bring to the table and what you don't. So you got to focus on what you can do, and then we've seen that in this league. They'll make a trade or move forward, and you want to be on the right side of those trades or whatever is going to happen or not happen. So you got to make sure that you're doing your job, but you never want to see, in a sense, a meltdown go on, or things are funny, man. You just put your head down and do the right things. And again, I've been in those situations. You look up 2-3 years later, shoot, even in that same season, there's a couple of my teammates, that guys that I had that weren't in the league anymore. I played 10 years because I've been in those situations, and you knew Ryan Hollins was going to work hard, rebound, stay focused, and show up every night to work, So I think you got to selfishly do the right things, do the little things, and then you got to buy in and understand, like, hey, man, we gave it our effort. It just wasn't there. And what really sucks is mentally you never get content with those losses. You're going to have to be upset about each and every one of them, and that makes, when you win, if you're fortunate too, that makes those days that much sweeter.
Man, so you're telling me it wasn't the check? No, I'm kidding. No,
man.
I'm sure it's a consideration. Thank you, Ryan. You're the best. Thank you, brother.
Anytime. And let me say this too, man. In Sacramento, man, I hate seeing the fans go out and challenge players, man. You don't know what those guys are going through. You know, and let's not create a culture of that either, Sacramento. We got to be better than that. You know, the players know they got work to do. I didn't like seeing that. That's bad for the game.
Gotcha. Thank you. By the way, here's what we need you to say for my video. Maybe you can do it now. We're recording. I'm Ryan Hollins. This is the video that gets results. Can you say that for us?
I'm Ryan Hollins. This is a video by Whitey Gleason that gets results.
That's it. Thanks, brother. Well, appreciate it. Enjoy the game, and we'll see you soon. Thank you very much, Ryan.
Man, anytime, guys.
That's awesome.
Go, Ryan Hollins.
That's great.
Thank you. That was Peg Junk's idea. So there you go,
That was
Peg
awesome
Junk.
that he recorded. Yeah, I was reading that. I was like, oh, okay, that's a good idea. Got it on recording, baby.
Yeah. How to shoot a hook shot at Nerf ball.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Did
you
you
got
have
the baby hook or the sky hook?
Sky hook.
Oh, boy.
Did you have you didn't have a hoop in here or anything, did you?
It actually wasn't in here. It was another station. But there was a
hoop.
Yes.
Oh, I feel like we need to bring in one we could just hang up there and take shots during the break.
Yeah, ceiling's a little low, but I think you're right.
We can make it happen.
Did you have the running sky hook?
No,
not
just
the running.
Kareem, you fake
jab
right,
step,
and you go left with the sweep. It's unblockable.
He's doing an example now on video.
Ryan Hollins is 7'2". He couldn't block my sky hook and Nerf ball.
Is he 7'2"?
He's a legit 7-footer, I believe.
Dang.
Yeah.
Oh,
of course, we were sitting down. That's why he couldn't block it. But still,
he's definitely 7 foot.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he played a long.
10 years is a long time in the NBA.
His time here was all too brief. We've talked about it. He's probably best known as a King for one game. The Kings were playing, I think it was Memphis, and they had a lead with just 0.4 left, and Memphis was side out of bounds. They threw a pass to Courtney Lee, and Ryan went up. He was guarding the inbounder, and the ball hit his finger, which should have been the clock starts there and the game's over.
Exactly.
Because Courtney Lee caught the ball and scooped it in, and they gave Memphis the win. And last time we had Ryan on, he has talked about it before. He says, I definitely touched that ball.
Yeah.
The Kings protested, and it was denied, but that the Kings actually should have won that game because the clock had to start when he tipped it. There was no time for them to shoot that. So anyway, that's probably what he's best known for.
Well, at least, like you said, though, he had something to say at the end, guys.
Yes.
When it came, and I'm actually glad he said that because I like to get another perspective from the player side or a former player side.
Mm-hmm.
And clearly, to reiterate what he said that he does not like seeing that from fans. He feels like the players know that they need to work on things and that doesn't need to be something that the fans vocalize.
Yeah, that, of course, is a guy who was former
player.
Who
played,
I think the point is that, hey, as fans, obviously I'm a fan.
Yeah.
We look at it and maybe don't understand that some of the things we see is he needs to do that. He needs to do that. The players know that. There's various reasons why they didn't do it or can't do it, but they know that.
Mm-hmm. And, I get the fans' perspective too, though.
Yeah.
But it's nice to get both. And I don't think we had heard really since then from an actual player who actually played here too. And I think he still loves the fan base. He seems like, he appreciates the fans here. So that was a interesting little tidbit.
Yeah. And of course, the bigger issue there, as we discussed yesterday, is just it speaks to where so many fans are.
Frustrated.
Devin Carter spoke for a lot of fans who were like, yes, I'm glad somebody said something.
It's like the tea kettle. I made tea last night. So here's the analogy. The tea kettle has now, and it's doing the screaming. That's where the fans are at.
Right. Reaching that boiling point.
Right.
Yeah. What do you think, Jay?
I think we passed the boiling point. We might even be starting to evaporate at this point. So I don't know if I'm pretty sure you guys have because you're wily veterans in the kitchen. But if you've ever boiled water for too long, it starts to evaporate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done that.
I think that's where we're at with this point.
I wouldn't disagree with that, but I would say the problem with that potential is that we got a ways to go still.
Yes.
So how do you refill?
Right. You got to add some water. You scared me, though, and I was going to bring this up when I think Kayla said, 2-3 years, and why do you we might be looking at more like 4 to 6. And I'm like, 6 years? So you telling me in 2030,
Oh, man.
That's when we'll be good?
I'll tell you why I say that.
And that's 5. I'm just saying,
I'll tell you why I say that. And I wasn't going to bring this up, but I did. I wrote a piece that's at the Sactown Sports.
Oh, yeah, go check it out.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And it's about how long will it take the Kings to rebuild.
When this piece drop?
I just wrote it today, and I think Frankie got it up today, so thank you,
solid.
Frankie.
Okay.
So I looked at, supposedly, and I think Dave was the one who, quote-unquote, reported this, because he said, well, kind of reported, kind of not. There's 4 teams the Kings are looking at modeling their rebuild after. There's OKC, Detroit, Portland, and San Antonio. So how long has it taken those teams to rebuild? OKC took them 3 years. That is, from tanking to winning record again. They were 3 years with a losing record, and then they were great again. That's quick. Detroit was 5 years.
19, 24?
Yeah, I have to look it up.
18 or 19, they made the playoffs. Yeah.
Portland is 5 and counting because they still, since they went into tank mode, they don't have a winning record yet.
Right.
And San Antonio is 6 years in counting. Now, this year, again, that figures to be a breakthrough year for them. So even though they won the lottery a couple years ago, got Wemby, they didn't make the playoffs either year.
No.
So that's 7 years. So it takes a while.
So at the minimum, you're saying 3.
Absolutely.
By history, shows that it takes 3.
Yeah. Now there's steps along the way, and
Sure.
If even by Christmas, if Kings fans are able to look at it and go, all right, I see what they're doing now. Yeah, I like this direction. That's one thing. But I think there were some people that threw around, this will be at least a 2-year rebuild. Yeah, because that's how long they take. At the very least.
Yeah, like you said, at the very least. But it is hard to think, to Jay's point, settling in for 6 years.
Oh, I know.
And it's 2030, and we're out of the 20s, and you're like, wait, okay, we're finally, maybe, you don't even know if it goes right. What if the rebuild doesn't go? That's all the things you have to ask. And that is why, again, going back around, why it's hard to accept rebuilds and to really blow up things.
Yeah, it has to be done, and it's time for them to do it. But to your point, look at the Wizards and the Hornets, and they've just been
trying
almost
and
like
trying
in perpetuity.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's at SactownSports.com. When we come back, the Kings' schedule. When does it get easier again? We'll look at that next on Sactown Sports.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent scent on low Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's holiday food drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today. What would a Maverick do? Because you're a Maverick too. Limited appointments, some restrictions apply. Give to get with no gimmicks.
A Sacramento tradition continues this year. The Santa Parade. Free for all to enjoy, circling Capitol Park beginning at 10 a.m. December 13th, the joy of the holiday season. Santa Claus is coming to Sacramento with the 41st Santa Parade. Join Sactown Sports 1140 December 13th beginning at 10 a.m.
Brought to you in part by Elk Grove Chevrolet, Western Health Advantage, and OK Tire and Automotive.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Yeah, I was looking at some promotional materials for the Santa Parade, and I was surprised, like, wow, it looks like they got Kevin Hart. There's this little guy there promoting it, and I looked more closely, it's Alan Stiles. So, that was
good.
That was my mistake, but I know Alan has done it before.
Alan's doing the.
I heard that he may be. Yeah, that was the last I heard. I don't know if that's confirmed. I hope I haven't spilled the beans, but yeah.
I got excited when you said Kevin Hart, and by the way, he's got a new thing out on Netflix. And so when you said, I really did take you seriously, and then you just made me laugh.
Well, it was an honest mistake, and I know I'm not the first person to confuse Alan with Kevin Hart. So
does he have the comedian chops? So I don't think he does.
It's different, not as he's not as over the top, but he's very funny.
It's a dry
very
comedy,
funny. Yes,
which works.
Yes.
It can work.
Yes. So, boy, Christmas is here when we're talking about the Santa Parade. That'll be a lot of fun. That's a real community event.
Sounds cool, and it's downtown.
Uh-huh.
Cool.
Yeah. I hosted it once, so I should know the route, but I'm not going to.
Might have changed.
Yeah, might have. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you. So it's coming up here.
Are we a part of this? Like, I know I hear the commercials, but I'm not hearing them. Are we? Are you
That's
or Alan or is somebody
question.
out there MCing this joint or what?
Yeah, I think Alan is.
I think it's Alan.
Okay.
Yeah.
And maybe that's not confirmed yet, but that's been talked about, and I think he's done it before.
We got to put that on the wax.
Yeah.
Because I've got the True Sports Card show that day, and I can't. It's a conflict.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah.
Alan, go out there and see Alan.
Mm-hmm. The Kings' schedule is supposed to be a lot easier now, isn't it? Isn't that what everyone said? And they had the hardest schedule, but now they've got the easiest schedule. The Kings entered December having played the league's toughest schedule. They still have the league's 7th toughest schedule for December. How?
Wait, what?
Yes.
I thought that it was like because they added.
Yes.
They added 2.
Yes, this is from NBA.com. Going into December, cumulative opponent winning percentage of .621. So then the Kings, and I know we all talked about, okay, now things get easier. They still have the 7th toughest schedule this month. 5 of their 12 games coming against the top 6 teams in the West, and another coming against the first place Pistons.
Well,
yeah.
So, never mind.
Well, but still, we looked at this. I thought we all kind of agreed that, and Kayla, of course, you wouldn't be because you weren't here, but I thought it was more the last 3 months of the season is kind of the run for the Kings. The February, March, April is kind of when it lightens up, so to say.
Okay. Well, that might work out nicely because maybe by then, and again, I'm just making some assumptions here, maybe you are playing more younger guys and they get a few wins here and there and, start feeling good about things a little bit.
Momentum thing, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because I know they added Denver on December 11th. That's a Thursday. Just when you thought you were done with the Nuggets, they added that. And then you thought you were done with the Minnesota Timberwolves, and they added that on December 14th.
It's almost like a prank.
I think it might be
we
a
also
cruel
go,
prank.
they played Minnesota and Denver all these times. Yes, we're going to give you one more of each.
But they have a win against each, so maybe they were throwing them a bone. Hey, you got to win against each of these teams.
Yeah, the toughest schedule for the month of December belongs to the Clippers, who've been an absolute disaster this year.
They're a mess, and honestly, if I were a fan of the Clippers, and I feel like they're always frustrated too, and they play second fiddle to the Lakers, I'd be more kind of disappointed with what that's turned out to be than what the Kings are. Because at least you kind of expected it with the Kings.
I agree.
But the Clippers, they were all the talk of being competitive this year, despite their older roster.
I think we talked about it quite a bit. The Kings went into this year hoping they'd be competitive if things broke right, and we all knew what that schedule was going to be tough, but eyes wide open. If things don't go well, they may go another way. But the Clippers, this was never remotely part of the plan.
No.
Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, nothing.
Where are they sitting right now?
5-16, they're 14th in the conference, and they're 2 games ahead of the pesky Pelicans are 3-18.
Oh God, are they? I mean, sometimes I wonder, are the Pelicans still a team? And you know what just happened with? God, why am I spacing it now? It was just Zion. It was just announced today. He's got another issue. I mean, that man cannot stay healthy. I have given up on the Zion Williamson experiment. Truly, if I'm the Pelicans.
Here's the bizarre thing about the draft that relates to the Pelicans.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've looked at this, you know this, but as of right now, and things could change, and this is pre-lottery, the Pelicans have the worst record in the league. So the first pick, again, it could change in the lottery and probably will, would go to Atlanta because the Pelicans traded the pick.
That's right.
For Derek Queen. Also, as of right now, the 5th pick would be the Clippers, except they already sent it to guess who?
OKC.
Oklahoma City Thunder. Yes. The 9th pick right now would be Utah's pick, except they sent it to guess
OKC.
who? Oklahoma City
Yes,
Thunder.
sir.
The 14th pick would belong to Philadelphia, except they sent it to guess who?
OKC.
Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yes, sir.
That's insanity.
Yeah.
That is insanity. Get used to OKC dominating for the next several years.
They won't use all 3 picks. They'll trade it just like we just saw this
Gotta
year.
Be smart.
Nee Clifford coming here for OKC pick. But the fact that they're just armed and dangerous.
Isn't that wild?
They're armed.
It allows them, Jay, to do so much more.
Everything.
And to be that much more like picky, too, with what they want to do.
Yeah.
Because they have all this draft capital.
Yeah. 27th pick would belong to Houston, except they've sent that to the Oklahoma City Thunder. So you got like 3 lottery picks from the team, and it's so funny. There are so many teams. The Kings are certainly one of them, but there are a lot of teams that would love to get another shot at the lottery this year. Oklahoma City has probably literally more than they can use. Like we can't
even
absorb
use
all
this.
these.
Yeah. What are we going to do with all these riches?
Man, that's how it's done, right?
It is.
Uh-huh.
And they just got lucky that they did all of this within like 3 years. So I think it's almost setting a kind of the expectations, not necessarily reality. Like it's not realistic. I mean, it can happen, but that's the expectations that's going to happen to another team that quickly and that easily. I think that's not realistic.
Right. And by the way, everybody's doing the lottery simulation, so I'm not going to do it.
Oh, yeah. Alan said they got like 2 or something at the end of the show.
And if I had done it, which I didn't, it would have been 7th anyway. So
It's going up tonight for sure.
7th. That's the typical Kings pick.
If I did it again, it would have been 7th again.
Oh, yeah. See what I'm saying? That's the typical hamster wheel pick for the Sacramento Kings.
Right.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You know, Nick Stauskas.
But it's still your best shot, Jay.
Dougie McBuckets. I mean, not Dougie McBuckets. What's my guy from Creighton?
McDermott? No.
I'm sorry, I'm not with you. I apologize.
Played 3-on-3. Just retired. was drafted by the Kings.
Oh, yeah. You're talking about...
Goodness gracious. My mind is blanking.
The guy they drafted instead of Clay.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. I put him out of my mind. I'm trying to tell you.
I thought I knew it until you said it.
Now we got to look it up.
So they had the opportunity to draft Clay.
Yes.
Yeah.
But instead they drafted the guy who, for some
Creighton.
reason, Jay and I can't think of.
Anyway. Call in if you have the answer.
Mm-hmm. No, we know it. It's really...
just, that was me spacing on Zion just a minute ago. Mm-hmm. Obviously, my brain's not working today. Fredette.
But remember, Jimmer,
Jimmer Fredette.
Yeah, thank you.
Fredette.
Yeah. The thing is, every loss for the Kings is a small win when you're in this position.
Yes.
Every loss is, even if it's, they should have done this, and how come they can't do this down the stretch? Every loss is a small win.
It's a small win
in what you want to do in the draft.
In a bigger ball that will go into the lottery. And thanks, by the way, to the chat for helping us out.
Of course.
Yeah.
BYU.
Yeah.
BYU.
Yeah, I couldn't think. I was like, not Creighton. That's
the
Dougie
blue
McBuckets. Yeah. It was...
I've told this story before. Deuce and I were on a show. Deuce was actually our producer.
Deuce was on this show?
He was a producer of our show in the morning.
Okay.
And Mark Kreidler was on the show, and Deuce and I went out the day they worked out Jimmer.
Oh, wow.
And you could see that Paul Westphal was the coach, rest in peace. Mm-hmm. And they didn't let us watch the workout, but we got to see a little bit afterwards. And you could see, I think Gavin Maloof was out there, and Paul Westphal, and you could see, man, these guys love Jimmer.
Yeah.
They love him. And we came back, we told Mark Kreidler, who'd been covering the Kings for years, they're going to draft Jimmer. And he said, you guys.
Oh, boy.
You kids. You kids, you don't know. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't. And then of course draft night. It's like
it happened.
See, we tried to tell you.
Yeah. And then what did he say?
I think he just might have buried
conceded.
His head in his hands.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, doesn't mean they should have. So there you go. That's part of the fabric of being a Kings fan. Things like that.
Mm-hmm. You just hope from now on, and hopefully, like you said, they can get a top 5 pick, and that would greatly help start or spark the process. There's no guarantees, but your guarantees are a little bit better when it's a top 5 pick.
Your chances are better, yes. But there was a time, this is kind of gets back to what we were talking about with Wemby. There was a time when in the NBA, you would tank, have a terrible year, depending who was available. If it was like Olajuwon or, going way back, Kareem's, like that's all we have to do. And then we're set. We get our guy and we're good. And now, you look at the Spurs a couple of years ago, they got Wemby. They still haven't been to the playoffs since.
No. And they're still.
He's a great player. They're on track, but it's just not that easy.
But he's still, he's still kind of trying to find the consistency part.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, he's going to be a great, but he's still trying to find that on it. Like it's just not like he's walking on the court every night and helping them, go to the playoffs this quick.
It's part of it. Real fast is you talked about Olajuwon and Pat. All these guys were juniors and seniors.
Yeah.
Wemby's 18.
Oh,
Stefan Castle
were
was.
you going to say Ewing? I didn't say him, but yeah.
Like those guys, Tim Duncan comes in after his senior year at Wake Forest. Like all these guys were already developed.
Right.
They already kind of went through some of the good work versus 18-year-old. Like as good as Ant Edwards was his first year, he's still like, man, Ant making some crazy mistakes here. So they're just not men yet.
Yeah.
They haven't played a lot.
Yeah, and there's so much more hype now. And I think Jerry Reynolds told me that Jerry West, again, rest in peace, he saw Wemby and he's like, well, he's not as good as like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah.
People get a little carried away with things.
I agree.
Yeah. When we come back, we have more evidence suggesting NFL officials don't actually know the rules of the game. Next on Sactown Sports.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Welcome to Cricket Wireless. Santa?
I've got to get Mrs. Claus a gift or I'm in a whole lot of trouble.
How about a single unlimited line? Only $35, plus a free Moto G 5G.
Dude, you're a lifesaver. Here, take a present.
Says it's for Timmy in Des Moines.
Never heard of him.
Join Cricket Nation and get a single line for $35 per month, plus a free Moto G5G. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. Requires activation of new line on select unlimited plan or higher. Pay $40 first month. New lines only. First month service charge. Tax to sale fees. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
This Sponsor the Clock is brought to you by Light the World Giving Machine.
When a person is seriously injured, there's no substitute for the personal legal relationship offered by the local NorCal firm of Ashton and Price. From the first attorney meeting, every important decision is made with a direct consultation with, and I can't believe I have to say this, a real, live, experienced, flesh and blood local attorney. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton and Price, serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries with no fee until we win. For the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Growing your business? It's all about having the right team on the court. At Bank of Marin, we partner with businesses in the greater Sacramento area, delivering personalized service and local expertise to help you make a slam dunk. Whether it's customized lending or solutions to keep your business growing, you'll benefit from local decision making, expanding, acquiring additional assets, or building a lasting banking relationship. We're ready for tip-off. Bank of Marin, your local business bank. Visit us at bankofmarin.com. Member FDIC.
Carmichael Dave here for American Energy Heat and Air. Right now, breaking news, they're upgrading their offering to include plumbing, bringing that same expertise and experience to the plumbing space. They're no longer just heat and air. They're now your American Energy home pros. You hear me talk about them as your second opinion partner. Now you can still get second opinions on any HVAC service or replacement, and now you can get a second opinion on any of your plumbing services. They'll come out to your house for free, and they'll give you a second opinion and almost certainly save you money. Oh, but wait, there's more. With winter coming up, how about a free furnace special? With full system installation, you're getting a free furnace, not a discounted furnace, a free furnace, and up to $4,000 in rebates while that funding lasts. So get there right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Yeah, NFL officials should know the rules. There's a lot of evidence that some of them don't. Before we get to that, an update here on quarterback dealing with an injury. Justin Herbert is day-to-day ahead of Monday Night Football versus the Eagles after surgery on his fractured non-throwing hand.
Jeez.
He had surgery yesterday. Chargers said Herbert's return to play is considered day-to-day, and his status for next Monday's game, against Philadelphia will be determined later in the week. He's going to play.
Yeah.
I think so too. The thing that frustrates me about Justin Herbert, and Jay, I was talking to Kev about this during the break, it's not that I don't like him or I don't think he's a good quarterback. I think he's both. I like him. I think he's a great quarterback. There is always something with Justin Herbert that happens in a season. And he starts off really well, and then either, there's injuries on the line that could contribute to maybe a decline of his play, or he gets some random injury. And I say this because he has had some random injuries throughout his career that then when they're expected to get to the playoffs and make some sort of a move, it never happens. And then that results to us all saying, and people out there saying, well, Justin Herbert's not really a great quarterback. But it's the things that happen throughout the season to him that just, it's not allowing him to really take it to the next level.
He may have trouble handing the ball off.
Yeah, did you guys watch the game at all?
I watched a little bit of it.
Bits and pieces, yeah.
He was like there. You could tell there were a few plays, and I believe, Greg Roman is their offensive coordinator. There was a few plays where you could see right after they had put the big padded glove on, and he walked out for a while. Trey Lance came in for a couple of plays.
That's right.
He put a big white guarded shield glove
Yes.
that was guarded on both sides, the palm and on top of the hand. There were a few plays where you would see him not hand the ball off with the left hand, which is his non-throwing hand. he would kind of like shovel it over with his right hand, his throwing hand.
Yep.
So there, after Greg started to see that he couldn't really hand it off with that left hand, there were a few times he just called plays where they were like, he wouldn't be up under the center. They put him in the pistol a couple of times. I can't remember who the color analyst was for the game, but they were talking about how they had him out of the shotgun and had him out the pistol a little more.
Yeah.
And so it's definitely going to affect the way they call plays.
Yeah.
When it comes to handing the ball off.
Absolutely.
I'm a big Charger fan this week. Monday against the Eagles.
Come on now.
They've got the Eagles. Yeah,
Let's
that's
go.
right.
Yeah. The injury was to one of the bones between the wrist and the fingers.
Oh.
So we're talking like back of your hand kind of stuff there.
Okay.
They did a stabilization surgery, according to The Athletic, and that typically requires the insertion of metal hardware, such as screws or a plate.
Yeah.
And then, of course, if he can't play or if, they want to give him some plays off, it's Trey Lance time.
It's Trey Lance time. Y'all are familiar with Trey Lance here in Northern California, which he's been quietly kind of bounced around the league since then. He was with the Dallas Cowboys for a hot second, and it'd be interesting if we see him. But I know Justin Herbert, like you said, he's going to try to play if he can. But if the thing is you're never guaranteed. Like, defenders know what's going on. And I'm sorry, this is a game of if we can affect the quarterback in a legal way, we're going to do it. And if he gets, physically torn up in this game, you're going to risk not having him even longer. And it's crazy to me what these guys can go out and play with, because I broke my wrist in college and I had to have surgery, and I have a screw in there to this day. And I can't imagine, because I had a cast on that thing for like 6 months. I can't imagine going out there, even if it was my opposite hand, and playing that physical of a game. Like, it's insanity to me.
I understand what you're saying. It is possible, it seems to me, that they have access to things that would dull their pain that you might not have had.
Correct.
Perhaps.
Yes. Now, I did, I could take a pain thing to help once in a while, which
like
I didn't
Advil
do.
Or something,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
But with them, they're just going out there knowing, too, that they are the quarterback who is front and center, like public enemy number one for the opposing defense.
Yeah.
That, they're not going to get in trouble if they go tackle him and he falls on his left hand again.
Yeah. In the old days, Kayla, a guy would go out there like a Johnny Unitas. If he had a broken bone,
sure,
he'd have an IV hooked up, and he would just have to play with the IV bag on the little.
What is? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
On a run, bringing the IV bag with him.
Yeah.
For the first down.
That roller thing. Yeah. That was the way it was done then.
Yeah.
See if you can figure out what's wrong with this. This is, we're going to the overtime period Sunday night. Okay? So this was the Broncos and the Commanders. Referee Land Clark led the captains for both teams in a coin toss at midfield. Broncos are the visiting team. Clark asked Bo Nix for his choice of head or tails. Commanders won the coin toss, so Clark turned to Commander punter Tress Way to hear his choice. Way told the official, "We're going to kick that way." Clark gave a quick nod before turning to Way again and asking, "Kick that way?" And Way, the punter, said, "Kick that way." You see anything wrong?
Way, the punt.
Yeah, I mean that, yeah.
Yeah.
Clark turned away again, reiterated in a half question, half statement, "You're going to kick." Way then confirmed the decision to kick. Clark turned to Nix and told him, "You're going to receive, and you're going to receive down here." Washington's choice, Clark announced, "They will kick this way." Do you see a problem there? The problem is, and you don't have to know this, but an NFL official should. The option there is to kick or receive. You don't get to select which way you kick.
Which way? You're exactly right.
That's the second time this has happened this season where a player wins the kick. I think Bryce Young did it once. They said, "We're going to kick, and we're going to kick that way."
This
and the
way.
like, "Okay, you got it."
Wow. Wait, so it's already happened, like you mentioned.
It's happened twice.
And it's happened
November 16th. Panthers went to overtime against the Falcons. Bryce Young announced his choice the same way that Way did, which led to the Panthers getting the choice on the ball and the direction. Carolina won that game.
So this is clearly something that has not been communicated right, or at least said, hey, it's happened one time. You're like, let's fix it as a league, and it happens again. Okay, we're having a little issue here. We got to start communicating this better than the rest. And now it happened for a third. That's ridiculous.
If this happens in, I don't know, a flag league or Pop Warner where you might have parents officiating, it's like it's a meeting at least, or football.
Yes.
Hey, just so you know, that's not the way it works.
Right.
This is the National Football League.
They usually send memos. So maybe these teams aren't seeing the memos, or they're not thinking it's important enough to address with the team. But this is clearly something that's being ignored.
The NFL, according to The Athletic, did not immediately respond to a request for a comment on these recent mistakes. They had another one, which is not as bad to me, but it's still bad. November 9th in Berlin. The referee, Cleet Blakeman, asked the Colts, they were the home team, to call the toss for overtime, and it's supposed to be the other team. So the game went to commercial break. Indianapolis won the toss, and then they had to do it over. It's like they don't get to pick. It's the visiting team that gets picked. Anyway, seems like a minor thing, but those are the types of things that I think officials should be aware of.
Well, yeah, it's basic knowledge. It's basic knowledge and rules for them to know. And I, like you said, maybe it's a small thing, but again, if it's a rule and you don't get to pick which direction, then why are they allowing it?
Yeah, and it sounds like the players are like, hey, just try this.
Well, of course they are.
Bryce Young did it.
Yeah.
All right, I'll try it.
Why? If we can get away with it, there's been no punishment of it.
You're going to kick that way? Yep, that's what we're doing.
Yep.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, yeah.
Sounds good.
Good luck, everybody.
And you said he repeated it like a couple times.
Yeah.
Which is actually even funnier. Because he actually was saying, okay.
We're going to kick that way. Kick
that way?
That way? Kick that way. You're going to kick. Yeah. All right. Watch this choice. They will kick this way.
It's comical.
I
love it. I don't love it, but it's funny that it's even happening.
It's unfortunate.
It is.
Yeah.
They can't get that right. Imagine all the other things.
Do you like the current overtime rules better than the older ones?
It's okay. Yeah. I would say yeah. Overall, I think it's better.
I'm with you. Do you, Jay? Like
the
current
I prefer it better now.
Yeah. I think they got that right.
Yeah. So at least they
and again, punt returns are getting better. Seeing a little bit more excitement.
What's the difference of what they're doing now compared to how it used to be? Like they're just kicking the ball, making sure that people run it back. You're not getting a head start as quick as a head start.
Right. The punt returns, the kick is different.
The kickoff, I should say kickoff return.
Yeah. The kick returns, I don't think it's worked out as well as they
kick returns, no.
Yeah.
They have not.
Yeah. The punt returns, I think, are not affected by the rule changes. Just I think that probably comes down to guys probably don't practice it that much. That's one reason why teams are terrible. Special teams, they don't practice special teams.
I feel like it used to be a huge emphasis. And I think it still should be an emphasis, but I'm not a head coach, I guess.
It wins you games.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, look at the Saints. They recovered a onside kick this week. I almost fell down off my feet.
That's the one I missed. The onside kick now is nothing like what it used to be, and it's just
that's
not the
just
same.
Weird.
It's like this. Guess what? I'm getting ready to kick it to you right here on the on the 40-yard line. Catch it.
We're declaring an onside kick.
Right.
Yeah,
what?
The element of surprise used to be the best thing about that. In the Super Bowl, to start the second half, the Saints against the Colts, onside kick.
Yep.
Changed the whole game.
And I was going to say, sometimes it actually worked.
It's ridiculous. I got to tell you it's coming. Hey, Whitey, be ready. Bring your best people on the field with the best hands. I'm kicking it to you.
I wonder if it's legal if you go, I'm not saying we're going to onside kick, but we might.
Wink, wink.
We could. Kayla's question of the day is coming up, huh?
Yeah.
We're looking forward to that, and it's right around the corner on Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yep, it's a fact. There are a lot of holiday songs that talk about just staying warm. The weather outside is frightful. chestnuts roasting, all that stuff. It's also time for heater and furnace tune-ups and maintenance, and Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating will make sure that you're ready. Right now at leesair.com, check out this offer. $100 off any AC heating or plumbing repair. It's not just about keeping your home comfy. It's about making sure your system functions efficiently. We got a new HVAC system from Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating last winter, and our system works great and saves us money. You want a company you can trust, a company with 40 years of experience, a company that is going to treat you right? You want Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating. Took care of us last winter. I know they're going to take care of you. Same day, next day appointments are available. And Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating are your go-to experts for all things related to heating, ventilation, AC, and plumbing. When the weather outside turns frightfully cold, you want to stay warm, but you don't want to burn money to do it. Make sure your home is comfy and energy efficient all year long with Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, license number 635355.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey there, Mark and Tom, the travel and entertainment guys, brought to you by Sports Leisure Vacations. Time for our weekly travel tip, and with it, here's Mark Hoffman.
It's 1 down and 1 to go in terms of big holiday travel weekends. If you're traveling over Christmas, now is a great time to start planning the real nuts and bolts of your trip. The most precious piece of wisdom I can share with you involves time. It's a very valuable commodity while traveling. If you're going by car, you can do things like fill the tank the night before and stock up on down-the-highway treats and beverages. Those things are a lot cheaper from Safeway than they are at the highway truck stop. Time is incredibly valuable at the airport. If you've got the kids, the car seat, and all that jazz, you know all about the importance of time. Remember, parking at the airport will be tough to come by after 8, 9 a.m. in the morning in Sacramento. Lines will be longer and full of people who don't usually travel. Time. Allow plenty of it.
More tips to make you a smarter traveler Saturdays at 11 a.m. right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports, 1140. Live and local. It's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Speaking of the YouTube, the chat here, the chateau, just a lot of flowers for Kayla today, right? Which is not unusual.
What kind is the key question?
What's your favorite kind?
I like roses. I know that's kind of typical of a woman, but I do like a rose.
I think they smell like roses to me.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Not poo.
So we wanted to give Kayla, she's always coming up with stuff here as we're doing the shows, and some days she's in and some days she's not. When she's in, she's always, like, hey, how about this? How about this? So she had another great idea today, and we thought, well, let's just turn it over to Kayla. And you had something similar in Tennessee, is that right?
Yeah, so I had a segment called Q's and K's. So kind of question and answers, but Q's and K's, obviously, with my name being K.
Right.
And I like to just get the audience involved when I can, because I love the listeners, and I built a great rapport with the listeners down in Tennessee. And from all of the guys and gals that I've met here, great listeners and always here and active, whether that be calling in or in the chat or text line.
Yeah.
So it's fun sometimes, especially when you're going through a season like this where adversity has hit early on. And it's hard sometimes to come up with content that's different. And I'm not saying, this is different, but it's fun to kind of add some questions and get the listeners involved. So simple question for today.
Before we get to excuse me, I just thought of this.
No.
Is there any kind of music? Because the maestro back there.
I was thinking of some things right now. I was cooking something up.
Yeah, Jay knows like my style, and I think you know my style. I love all music, but I'm kind of like an R&B rap. Like that's like my go-to. Mm-hmm. A little bit soulful, So anything that
I was trying to see where you were going with the question first before I dropped something on wax.
Okay, so the question I want to pose to both of you and the listeners.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140.
There it is.
The YouTube chat.
Yes,
the text line, yeah.
Exactly. And you can take this question how you want. And what I love is I want to hear like how you spin it. So the question is, which Sacramento Kings player has had the most positive impact this season, and will that guy be here beyond the trade deadline?
Ooh.
Ooh. And again, what I like is the creativity that people can come up with this answer, because I'm not saying they had to play all 21 games.
Sure.
They could play all 21 games. It can have, the numbers impact, or it could have an impact beyond numbers. But that's the first part of the question. Yeah. And then I truly want to know, do you think that player will be here? Because there's a good chance that a lot of them aren't here. Mm-hmm. But you got to give me the reason.
Gotcha. How do you play it? It's your game. Do you usually give your answer first, or do we give our answers and you kind of hang back? How do you typically?
Yeah, I like to give people the opportunity first to go with what they want to go with, and then I'll give mine at the end. This is your all's game to be involved with.
Well, I thought I might have the first response, but I do not.
Ooh.
Because we have Campio says Westbrook, he will be moved to a contender. Robbie Cakes 28 says DeMar.
Okay.
And no. Van to the Young, Westbrook, and probably not. Logical Raptors fanatic Keegan, and yeah.
Okay.
And that's kind of where I was going. Yeah. Keegan, because he came in and gave, I think, fans a shot of hope and optimism and played well.
Yeah.
When he came here, and he also gives them a sense of, well, I think he's going to be something that we can count on.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like when you're crossing a stream and there's rocks you have to step on and you don't know if I step on that rock, is it solid or am I going to go into the drink? And Keegan right now seems to be like, yeah, you can trust that rock to help you get across the stream.
It's a good point. And you said he will be here.
He will be here.
Right.
Yeah, and I think he's had the most positive, how exactly did we?
Positive.
Most positive impact.
No. Yeah, a little Amy Winehouse.
Yeah.
Okay. I like it, Jay. What do you
we gotta
think?
go to rehab right now. Yeah.
Dang.
The most positive.
And I'll just say, as Jay ponders, I'm not saying Keegan has had the most impact necessarily on winning, but just positive impact.
I said
on the whole
positive
operation.
impact.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you explained it just fine.
Yeah. The two that come to my mind is Nick Clifford. And I say it in the form of it has kind of carried throughout the entire season in the form we were looking for something that be done the draft day, and it was Nick. And, we all felt good as Kings fans, like, oh, we got into the first round. Scott Perry's working his magic. He's had some good positive games early on. He hasn't played as much as of late. Of course, he had the injury, took him out a few games. But I'll say if it's not Nick, I think you're right. I think it's Keegan.
Okay.
I think you're right, Whitey, because in reality, I would have said a week ago, Russell Westbrook. But he's been quiet for the last week. Keegan's done nothing wrong for the most part to most viewers and onlookers. I'd go Nick or Keegan. And I think both of those guys will be here post-trade deadline.
The great Tony Ray Harvey says you would think Malik Monk, but he's trade bait as well.
Yep.
Logical Raptors fanatic doubles back with Nick is a good one.
It is a good, and I like the Malik Monk one. I really do like that one. I think that he also, being able to have an impact when he's been in at times with that second unit and maybe even showing he can handle the point guard position, even though I think a lot of people said he couldn't. He's also been vocal. I really like transparency, and he's someone who does not really always sugarcoat. I'm fine with that. He keeps it real, and sometimes you need people like that on your team. So I kind of like that one as well.
From the 916, another Keegan, and yes, he will be here for multiple years.
And I hope so. And I hope he continues to improve on both sides of the ball, because he is I think he could be such a good two-way player, and that's special to have a guy like that.
As we, anxiously await Kayla's answer to her own question, do you think, Jay, is there a chance, we talked with Drapes about this yesterday.
Yeah.
Is there a chance that Keegan becomes, if not a guy for them, closer to that than we've seen him be?
You asking me? I think the general population would say he's going to get an opportunity to do so.
Best case is more like and I'm not saying he's this guy, but like a Pippen who still needs his Jordan.
There we go.
I don't even think, and no disrespect, I don't think he becomes Pippen. But
yeah, I know.
I get what you're saying.
A
sidekick, I don't think he's sidekick material for me.
You don't think he's?
I think he's a 3. I think
Really?
he's
Okay.
I think he's an Aaron Gordon.
And I've heard this before.
Yeah, he's an
Yeah.
Aaron Gordon. He's a third piece to an A and B guy.
So Aaron Gordon to Jamal Murray and Jokic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with that too. I would like him if he could
I thought
be
it was mean.
a Batman.
I think Jay's being
Robin.
mean.
He might be a little bit.
I'm being
but
mean.
He'd be real. Yeah. I had actually heard somebody, and I can't remember what conversation it was the other day, but somebody had mentioned that possibly even like a 4. And I'm like, okay, that's a little harsh. Like, I think he's a better player than somebody that's like a 4. But I'd say, like a 2 or a 3 would be good if he could become that for your team.
Well, yeah. I mean, if he can become a 2, then, and I know you just use Scottie Pippen. He's probably the ultimate number 2.
Yeah.
But even if you can get him to become a, for me, like if he even becomes a Mobley, if he becomes a Şengün, if he becomes a something of that nature, then I think you hit with Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
I just, for whatever reason, and I don't want to open up the Keegan Murray conversation because that's to be had sooner. Down the road, not right now. He's not the biggest issue. we have to come to grips in the form of, as Kings fans, and we do this quite a bit, Kayla, and I talk about this with Kings fans, we get attached and adapted to guys, and we overvalue them, right? I'm not saying that with Keegan just yet because I still don't know if we have the final revelation of who he is. But there's gonna come a point in time where we're gonna have to we're gonna have to come to grips and say, well, Keegan's got to take the bull by the horn, and he's got to take more shots. And well, he may just be who he is at this point.
Sure.
And he may not be a dominant shot maker, a dominant shot taker as well.
But that's why, to me, he's been the most positive, or had the most positive impact, because we've seen indications that maybe he can be more.
Yeah.
It's not a done deal yet. He hasn't proven that.
Yeah,
but I think he's shown that, you know what? He is capable, I think, of doing more. Just trying to be devil's advocate here on the text line. Doesn't Keegan have the most value to another team? I'd love to keep him, but if you're rebuilding, don't you have the best chance of getting things in return, such as other players and multiple picks, by getting rid of a guy like that? Yeah, but because of when he signed his extension and what he signed, you couldn't trade him this year. It's not allowed.
Yeah,
It's
so
not allowed according to the CBA.
possibly in the future. No one's, off limits.
Next year, yeah,
Next
maybe.
year,
But the question is this deadline, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Kimberly's funny. Devin Carter's really good at keeping the bench warm.
I could use that this time of year, Kimberly, because I am always cold.
That's Jay being mean, and it's just starting to rub off.
The Grinch, I'm coming with the Grinch style. My bad.
What are you, Jaw down there on the bench?
Yeah, my bad.
Warming it up there.
And
in his
that's what I
Grinch suit?
said. I don't even want to get into the Keegan thing. Keegan has been a breath of fresh air so far in his short time on the court. When it comes to what he is down in the future and, prognosticating or what he could be, that's a conversation to be had down the road. But quickly, we have to come to grips at some point in time where, the upside is the upside, but the reality is the reality.
Yep. And that's fair. And sometimes right now in this, we got to be realistic about things in terms of when it is rebuilding and what a guy can be. But I think a 3 would be, if he could be a 3, that would be good.
Gavin says more like a Klay Thompson?
Nah, I don't think he'll reach Klay. Klay is an animal.
Yeah, but you go prime Klay. Was he 2 and Draymond was 3,
Nah,
I guess?
Klay was 2 always.
I think Klay was always 2. That's why I call them the Splash Brothers, too.
Right.
Yeah, 1-2.
But if he becomes a Draymond, then I think we win.
Yes.
We hit.
Yes.
It's whatever 3 you want to put out there in a championship zone for a championship team, then please do it. I just think he's a guy that on every 5 nights, he'll probably lead your team in scoring, or he'll do something incredible. He'll have a double-double, something. He's going to add to it. And on some nights, as we've seen, it's like, dang, he had 40 tonight?
Yeah.
Or he had 20 rebounds or something astronomical. But he's not the guy, for me, that's going to come out and throw up 30. Like, I don't see Keegan at any point in time. He has the skills. He has the attributes. I don't think it's in his nature.
He has done it. Not a lot, but he has done it.
But see, as a superstar or as a 1 or a 2, you have no excuses not to put up your average every single night. And for whatever reason, there's been many reasons. Totally get it. He's just not coming out and showing that he is a superstar and or a star. He is showing that he is a great asset to any team, which is, he's got all-star caliber potential. But again, at some point in time, how many more seasons are we going to keep saying he's got potential?
Yeah.
He's got potential.
Spencer Lampkin says, I've been impressed with Precious so far.
I like it. I like it.
That's a creative one. And I like it. That's why I said, whatever you think, I just like the, people's different opinions on this. And that's one I didn't think about, but I think that he's really fit well, being a guy that was on the street. Like, nobody wanted him. And give credit to the organization for bringing him in, Scott Perry specifically.
Yeah. If no one wants you, we always
Yeah.
We always have a spot.
Yeah.
Don't do that, Whitey. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I don't want to list the names here because I don't think we have time. We're only on till 6. But there
do that.
Currently are a few
Overtime.
guys, few players on the roster that didn't have anywhere else to go. But,
well, guess what mine is? It's a guy who had nowhere else to go at the time.
I thought.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I mean, it's one that's been said.
The all-star, the
But
man himself.
Look, I like certain players. I like certain players that bring a certain kind of vibe and bring a chip on. I like chip on shoulders, man. I like it as long as you use it in a positive way to help navigate your career or your life. Sign me up for those type of people or players. And Russell Westbrook is that guy. And when you say positive, I think of a guy that has been positive on the court mostly. Like I said, Jay said he's been a little quiet in the last couple of games. But overall, he's had a positive impact on a team that has really been hard to figure out, or at times, just they're losing. And at least you could say with Russell Westbrook, he's probably going to leave for the younger guys. He's going to say, this is the way you do things. And this is the way you do things when you navigate through adversity. And I think he spoke to Sean Cunningham yesterday at availability and answered one of Cunningham's questions about how do you work through times like this. And he said, this is life, man. And he really said it in a genuine way. You got to do what you got to do and be the best you can be. But he's like a living proof of that because he's done this for so many years. And I think so, if anything, he's been positive on the court for a good chunk of 21 games he's played in. He went from the bench to the starting spot. And if anything, he's going to leave an impact probably with some of these younger players on how you do navigate through sticky and icky situations.
How about the second question?
I don't think he can be here.
You don't?
No, I think he's too, and again, he's older and he can't do what he used to do, but I think a team's going to see what he could do here, and he's exceeded expectations, and they're saying, we could use that down the stretch, or we could use that maybe a younger playoff team that this could help.
Yeah, I just wonder about the degree to which his eyes were open to this when he came here. He's no dummy, and I can't imagine it was something that he hadn't even considered. But now that we're here, what does that mean for him and the rest of the way this year? Especially if it gets to the point where the Kings are like, you want to play a lot of minutes, and we love you, and you've done a lot here, but it isn't necessarily helping us going forward.
Yes.
If we give you those minutes, I wonder if it comes to that.
And that is a great point, Whitey. And I think that you'd have to take into account too, that makes sense. And it's nothing like you haven't done anything bad. Yeah, you've been great. You've brought some positive energy, but we got to get some of these guys now some minutes.
If they got anything for him, I don't know, a second rounder or something.
Yeah, I don't care.
That's a win.
I think so. And I think
was going to ask you guys that. What if the return is phenomenal or, trash? A lot of people believed oh man, we're not even touching that pile over there.
Yeah.
And Kings are like, no, we like that. And watch we work this magic. And now he's no longer trash.
Smart.
Yeah.
I don't know how likely that is, but to just all it costs us is a few bucks here, minimum salary. And
exactly.
To get something back. I agree with Gavin here. He says, give Keegan a real Batman, and he might just become a great Robin.
Okay.
You might be right.
It's not out of the question.
You might be right.
Not out of the question.
You might be right. Someone also from the 925, and I thought this was a great point. Jay, I know you don't like going down the rabbit hole, but I see Chris Middleton and Keegan, and
oh wow.
Chris Middleton kind of came along a little later in his career, and I told that person, I love the comparison. I think if he's a more healthy and younger version of Chris Middleton, I think, that's fantastic.
I misunderstood you. I thought you meant someone wanted to pair them, but I see what you're saying. You're saying, no, you're saying Keegan becoming.
Yes, in the mold of a Chris Middleton. Chris Middleton, when at the height of who Chris Middleton was. And again, that was a little later in his 20s compared to Keegan, even though we're approaching that. Keegan wasn't a freshman coming out of college. He wasn't a young gun like that. So, again, without going down a rabbit hole, everything that anyone talks about when it comes to Keegan, you're 100% right. He has all the making in the world. And I think we've all said that. The people down at the Golden One have said that. We've heard coaches come on this very show and say this. He has everything you need to be a star in this league. No one is arguing that. But sometimes we just don't reach our potential. And it's life. It is what it is.
Is Neat Clifford Keegan's Batman?
I was just going to say.
That's from...
no.
Ooh, nah, I'm not sure.
Johnny Peterosa.
Maybe.
I think he can be a good player for this team. I don't think he is the guy you build around.
Right. I agree with you. Nick Clifford's going to be a hopefully really valuable player, but I don't think he's going to be the guy.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
I don't think he's going to be anybody's Batman, but that's okay.
Yeah. Sean Livingston, here we come. Like now we're in comparison mode, but Nick has some attributes that are fantastic that you need on a winning ball club.
Right.
Yeah, he's fearless for one thing.
Yeah.
But that's what most of this year is probably going to be about, helping us determine the answer to that question. Easy to sit there now and say, I think you'll be this or that, but let's see him play more, which hopefully we will in the second half of the year.
Yeah. I think we will.
When the schedule gets easier.
Whenever that is, and maybe it'll get harder again. Like who knows at this point?
I think Levine needs to look at his game and consider becoming a sixth man who can bring offense against the second unit. A Seattle native, Jamal Crawford, became one of the best six men in history. It's just tough to convince an NBA player to do that.
Especially with the attitude and machismo of Zach LaVine.
And especially if we're being honest, on a bad team.
Yeah.
When Andre Iguodala said, all right, I'll come off the bench, he helped solidify one of the best teams ever. But he knew that, all right, this team could win a lot if I do it. And he still ended up being finals MVP.
Yeah.
But if Zach LaVine, and maybe you're talking about him doing that somewhere else, hey, will you come off the bench for this team? He probably will laugh in your face.
Hey, where's he come off the bench at in the league? The Knicks?
Yeah.
I mean, they have to be locked and loaded for Zach LaVine to be coming off the bench somewhere. And point him out. Like, where's he coming off the bench at?
Yeah, and I don't see it. And maybe he could make that adjustment. We've seen so often he's so streaky.
That's the thing.
And a sixth man needs to be somebody who's like, boom.
Yeah.
Like Malik, when he came into the game, he wasn't perfect, but Bobby Jackson, they knew it was like, all right, it's go time now. Maybe Zach could make that adjustment, but I think we've seen already here too many times where he's like, it takes him a while to find his way into his rhythm.
It's going to be fascinating, really, in all honesty, what happens with Zach in his career, whether that's here for a couple more years or if it's somewhere else, because he is a player that I cannot figure out how to make him go consistently. And like you said, avoid the streakiness. Is it a fit? Because there's never a perfect fit in any professional team, so, or is it a coach? Is it I don't know, but it seems to be a question that has not been answered yet in his career.
Kyle Draper said yesterday on our show, he said, I think it's a little unfair the way people are using Zach LaVine as a scapegoat, blaming him for everything. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. They should have never brought him here. Whoever made the decision apparently didn't have the internet or something, because you knew that
internet was out.
You know that DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine did not play well together in Chicago, and it wasn't just something people looked at; it was written about, and they had meetings. And I'll never forget. I've mentioned this before. Last year, after one of their wins, the two of them were meeting with the media, and I asked them both. I said, "You guys have accomplished so much individually." But as a duo, you have not. Is there a sense that there's still something left to be accomplished as a duo? And DeMar said absolutely, and he gave a good answer. And Zach LaVine did not say a word.
A man of very few words, right?
Because Zach LaVine should never have been brought here.
No, and
never, ever.
I think the fans know that. I think a lot of us that have spoke on the show are in agreement with you on that.
So, not all his fault, Jay. Plenty of blame for everybody, but the guy making the most money when things aren't going well, he's going to get a lot of the blame.
Oh, you know how it is. It starts with the coach, and then it goes to the star and or the general manager, and a lot of times it probably has way bigger and legs than those, smaller issues. I've always said with Zach, Kayla, and I know you haven't been here, but I like to get your thoughts on this. I've always said Zach has kind of been in a position where he's never, as we're talking about Batman and Robin, he's never had a Batman. He's never been on a roster that said, you are the number two. No matter what you want to do, you're the number two.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, I think it's hurt him up to this point because there hasn't been a real pecking order for him to understand, like, you're not the guy. It's always in question, like, is he the guy? Is he not? And it just shows to the type of talent who he is but not the hierarchy that he's played with.
We come back with what the Kings can learn from the NBA surprise team and what rebuilding teams can learn from Zach LaVine next on Sactown Sports.
A Sacramento tradition continues this year. The Santa Parade. Free for all to enjoy circling Capitol Park beginning at 10 a.m. December 13th, the joy of the holiday season. Santa Claus is coming to Sacramento with the 41st Santa Parade. Join Sactown Sports 1140 December 13th beginning at 10 a.m.
Brought to you in part by Elk Grove Chevrolet, Western Health Advantage, and OK Tire and Automotive.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729. Or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's Holiday Food Drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callaMaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today. What would a Maverick do? Because you're a Maverick too. Limited appointments, some restrictions apply. Give to get with no gimmicks.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Amateur players will be pleased to know that the USGA doesn't object to a friendly bet with your weekend foursome. Friendly bets include soft drinks after the round, hot dogs at the turn, or even a $2 Nassau, one of the most widely used bets in golf. It takes its name from the Nassau County Country Club of Glen Cove, Long Island, one of the many clubs frequented by the well-to-do in the late 19th century. As the story goes, matches between these clubs were often reported in the local newspapers, sometimes to the embarrassment of wealthy industrialists coming out the loser. The Nassau captain J.B. Coles Tappan then devised a format where the worst possible result could not be reported as anything more than a 3-0 defeat. In a Nassau, 3 equal wagers are placed on the first 9, the second 9, and 18-hole total. A $2 Nassau is sometimes referred to as a 2-2-2 bet. Some play better with a bet to keep their attention. Others are nervous at the thought of losing. Whatever your choice, golf is a game. Have some fun. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
We're just talking about Zach LaVine, and he's, to me, a reminder of how difficult it can be to rebuild, even when you do apparently things right.
Yeah.
It just doesn't always work. You go back to his time with the Timberwolves, and 2014, a lot of numbers. I'll get through it quickly, I promise. Zach LaVine was the 13th pick by the Timberwolves, 2014. Also, 2014, they traded Kevin Love for Wiggins, the first pick in the draft with Cleveland, so LeBron could play with Kevin Love. The next year, 2015, they had the first pick, and they got Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah.
So that's a team that should have been on their way.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it just didn't work out for them. They went 2013, 31 and 51, 2013, 14, 40 and 42. Then they were 16 and 66, 29 and 53, 31 and 51. Before finally they were 47-35, lost in the first round, and then they were back to 36 wins and 19 wins. So
yeah, and
that should have worked.
It should have worked. He was young, obviously.
Right.
He gets there,
You're
he's
right.
drafted, and I think by his third year there in 2017, he was averaging, and this had gone up every year. It went from averaging about 10 points to 14 to 18.9 by the third year he was in Minnesota. Obviously, then he goes to Chicago, where he did start to somewhat get in a groove here in that like 2018 to kind of 2022 part of it in terms of like his average. I think at the height of his career, he got up to about 27.4, and I think that was in 2021. But we look at Chicago too during that time, and this was not a great team.
Right.
And they had their own issues.
Mm-hmm. They brought in, the year they brought in DeMar, they were really good in the first half of the year. And they have Vucevic, and they were a team that was definitely, we're going for it.
Mm-hmm.
We're taking some of those shortcuts. We're not rebuilding. We're loading up on veterans. And it's really interesting, Kayla, because at the time when Zach LaVine went to Chicago, the Kings had extended an offer sheet. But
I heard this.
Yeah.
Which is kind of funny now we're here.
Right. So they've been after him for a while.
But that deal was a lot shorter when it comes to the money, not to cut you off.
Yeah.
4 for 78 looks a whole lot sweeter when you're getting that in 1 year almost, you know?
Yeah.
Was Vivek the owner?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is just a question, and I don't know a lot behind this.
Go ahead.
Is this somebody who he's targeted as a player maybe that like he's like, and I know they've been through different general managers.
He's
since
never
then.
said that. It's
Okay.
something that a lot of people believe to be the case.
Because I'm just tying it back to that time, and
Right,
I find it interesting that he did end up here.
Right. And a lot of people think that Kyle Kuzma is another one of those guys who's
Okay.
an owner favorite. And that's why when now you hear about, Zach LaVine, maybe Milwaukee, and then people start bringing up,
Kuzma.
Kyle Kuzma's there, and he and Vivek Ranadive both invested in women's volleyball. So people go, well, there you go.
There's the tie there. So, okay. I was curious as if LaVine was tied back so far as, there was an offer sheet back then. What was maybe the common denominator? But, you never know. But that is interesting.
Yeah. So it's just funny how you look at a team that did well with their draft picks, but you have the first pick, and if the first pick you get Wiggins, and Wiggins is a nice player, but he never became that guy that people hoped he would be, and so your rebuild kind of never quite got going.
Yep. It's a interesting kind of maybe, we talk about luck all the time. Maybe he's been a circumstance, if not that, in terms of having a little luck too for him to kickstart his
that
consistency.
reminds me of what Jerry Reynolds has told us, which is if you're rebuilding, it can't only be through the draft.
Yep.
Draft is a big part of it, but you got free agents and you got to trades and develop your players. So it's a tricky process.
Timing is everything.
Yeah, it is.
Like
Holy
truly,
smokes,
timing
it
is everything when it comes to championship caliber, building a championship caliber team. But I truly believe it begins with pinpointing your guy. You have to have a guy that you believe can take you to the promised land. And once you believe you have that, then it's like anything, right? You just start to build around it, and hopefully you already have had 1, 2, 3 pieces throughout, drafting or free agency that would help you get to the promised land. But I'm just a firm believer. You really look at championships, you got to have a top 15 guy in the league, if not a top 10.
Yeah.
You really do. Like top 25 guys don't win championships. if that's your best person. If the person that, is leading your team is number 21 or 25, like history has shown those dudes by themselves don't win championships.
Do you think that DeMarcus is perhaps the last top 15 guy the Kings have had?
Yes.
De'Aaron Fox did a lot of good things. I don't think he was ever
top 15.
Nah.
Yeah, there were flashes, but he never really became consistently like a top 15 guy.
Yeah.
DMC for sure. Yeah.
Domas and De'Aaron were like top 20. They were around there.
Kind of hovering around that close mark. Yeah. It's just unfortunate with DeMar's case, and I still think he's a good player. It's just not the fit is like it's just there's too much going on here. And it just like I feel like he can only do so much in like he still needs all the minute, but like the fit is not right here.
Right.
Just with all the other guards and I don't know if there's anybody to balance him. It's just a weird situation for him.
For years they've really needed depth. They've needed wings. They've needed size and they just have not addressed it for whatever reason.
And it's not sexy a lot unless you get a guy like that's the Joker or something that's an anomaly. But like, it's not ever that. But at some point, you do have to get bigger as a team.
Yeah,
you have to.
I was watching the Suns last night, and the Suns just destroyed the Lakers. So the Suns, who I remember last game of the year, they played here. Durant was on the team, and the Kings rolled them, and the Kings went on to the play-in, and the Suns were done. They didn't even make the playoffs, and they traded Durant. But they've recovered from that. They're 13-9 with that win, and they beat the Lakers 125-108. And I'm just trying to figure out what, if anything, can the Kings learn from that. It's been a remarkable turnaround for a team that got rid of Kevin Durant.
Right.
Typically, you do that, and Bradley Beal's gone. It's like, well, I guess they're, maybe they're retooling. They're playing really well. And I think one thing they did is they talked about the type of team they wanted to be, but they didn't just talk about it. They got players that fit that style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did.
They do a lot of the things that the Kings said they would do.
And theirs makes a little more sense right now roster-wise. And you mentioned Dylan Brooks the other night. And I know that Devin Booker had gone out with an injury like 10 minutes into the game. And another guy that I think has stepped up for them too is Colin Gillespie. So he's been big for them as well. And
he's another one of those just annoying little leaps.
So annoying, but it works for them. And he's bought into Ott, the new coach, Jordan Ott. I think he's also created really quickly the culture that they've wanted.
It seems like it.
And that's impressive. And I'm not saying they're going to go on to be like a cup contender, but like I think they're a team that could get there faster.
Yeah.
If it goes
Again,
goes
see
according
it.
to
You
plan.
can see where they're headed. They're probably a
the
little
path
ahead of
is
schedule. And I'm hoping once the Kings are able to move off of some of the contracts they would rather move on from, that we're going to start to see that.
Yeah.
Here. Like, okay, this starts to make more sense. Maybe they're not a great team. Maybe they are surprisingly good, but at least it makes sense.
Yeah.
And they're saying what they want to do, and we're seeing that in practice on the court.
There's still too much here that's unknown with what they're trying to do, because we already know they're going to move off pieces, but we just don't know what those pieces are yet and how then it shapes up from there. So I think we're in the middle of seeing it still like trying to even find a path. It's like going in 16 directions.
When we come back here, I think Kayla and I are on opposite sides of this one. I'm wondering where Jay is. I'm wondering where you are. The NFL has parity, right? The NBA does not have parity. Which is better? Next on Sactown Sports.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game, offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The holidays can be a time of increased stress for those struggling with opioid or stimulant addiction. They can also be a time for pause, reflection, opportunity, and new beginnings. This holiday season, choose treatment and recovery. Embrace the company of family and friends and create special moments. Find a proven opioid or stimulant addiction treatment provider near you at choosechangeca.org.
Sacramento, the wait is over. The all-new Hard Rock Sports Bar is here at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Sacramento at Fire Mountain. Enjoy the ultimate 24/7 sports watching destination with 20 big screens with all the action for the premier game day experience. There's no other place you'd want to be to watch all the games with you and your friends. Now open at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Sacramento at Fire Mountain. For more details, visit casino.hardrock.com/Sacramento. Get more value for your money with the new owners at Elk Grove Chevrolet. Right now, supplier pricing is available to everyone, making it easier than ever to drive home in your dream car. Check out the amazing Black Friday specials online, like $5,000 off on the 2025 Colorado. Choose from a wide selection of new and used Chevrolets, plus flexible financing and expert maintenance. Visit them today and experience the difference. MyElkGroveChevrolet.com, where savings and service come standard.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
The final snap in victory formation, and the Patriots have won a 10th in a row for the first time since 2015. They have the stage to themselves this evening with the New York Giants, and they win it over the visitors out of the NFC East convincingly.
The Drive Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
The NFL is wide open. Look at those New England Patriots. Who saw them coming? I'm sure they were on my list somewhere, Jay, the Kevin 7 is surprise teams.
Oh, my goodness.
I had 7 teams on there, so they had to be
They were on there.
I don't think they were at the top. They were on there. So, wow, you look at that, and they're on top of the AFC, and Denver's up there. It's just so wide open, especially this year. But for years, there's been so much parity in the NFL. Year to year, who's going to win? I don't know. The NBA, we don't have that, and we typically haven't. You know, there's been periods of dominance going way, way back. The Celtics dominated. The Bulls dominated for a period. The Lakers, the Celtics again, the Pistons. Oklahoma City right now looks like, wow, they're a dominant team. There's lots of good teams, but, you know, on any given night, there are some bad matchups in the NBA. A lot of them where this team's trying to win and that team is not.
Yeah.
So which is better?
So you are saying, let me get this so I'm answering correctly. You're just saying like throughout the season, having the parity, right?
Which is better to you as a fan, as a consumer of sports? Which is the better product? The watered down mediocrity that is the NFL. No, I shouldn't.
So so you're saying with the NBA schedule And NBA plays a lot of games.
Right.
And that's what's different too. You're saying like there's more dominant teams or not dominant teams.
Yeah, there are more dominant teams, and I think you could list a handful of NFL teams that you could say they could win a Super Bowl, and I bet you it's a higher percentage, much higher than in the NBA teams that you could legitimately say that's a contender for the championship.
Yeah, and here's how I look at it. Because during the NBA season is a lot longer, they play a lot more games, and I feel like in the NFL, when you see on any given Sunday something crazy happen, it gives us something to talk about, to get excited about. Hey, did you see that miss kick? Or, there's always, it seems like, not only a team that could upset another team on a given day or Sunday, but there's something drastic because of it that makes it happen. Yeah. And I think that's why I love it, because I am one person of change. I like change. I like different things, and I like upsets and things like that. And I think the NFL offers that, especially in the last couple of years. You've seen that a lot. Now, not when it comes to the championship and getting to the Super Bowl. We've seen a lot of similar teams get there. Mm-hmm. Maybe not this year, but throughout the season. What I love about it is it's so unfreaking predictable. And then it seems to work itself out. So I think that's why I like what's going on in the NFL this year.
Well, and you probably know this, forgive me if you do, but that saying, any given Sunday, comes from Pete Rozelle, and it was like a marketing slogan for the NFL because they were trying to
pump it up.
Yeah, they were just trying to harvest that notion that, hey, week to week on any given Sunday, I think the saying, on any given Sunday, anybody can beat anybody. I appreciate that, and it's fun. I feel like, there is that contrast to the NBA where you've got, during the regular season, you got some games like, really? There's no chance for this to be a very good game. But the problem I have in the NFL is when you get to the playoffs, and it just seems like I don't know that there's any great teams anymore. Yeah. Now, this is kind of undermining my own argument, but as you pointed out, it's crazy. But, the Chiefs are typically there, and I know this year maybe not. The Chiefs, the Eagles, Buffalo, there are some teams that tend to rise to the top.
Yep.
But I just feel like it's the teams are not as good, and therefore the football's not as good as it used to be.
And I think that could be a fair point, and I see where you're coming from, because I think this year we might see more of that situation too, because you don't have the Chiefs figuring it out. And usually we have the Chiefs at this point kind of figuring it out. The Ravens even, they've been a really good team, but they kind of blow it in the playoffs, and they show their insecurities, or whatever you want to call it. They're things that, they can't get past a certain point. The Dallas Cowboys, year after year after year, even if they reach the playoffs, they melt. So I get what you're saying with the types of football teams that are even expected to make it further in the playoffs. They always collapse. And it's like, okay, what's the point of this?
Yeah,
then? It's not as the matchups aren't as great once you get to the postseason.
Maybe I'm overthinking it, but if everybody's pretty good, or a lot of teams are pretty good to good, nobody's great. Mm-hmm. I don't know. What do you think, Jay?
Yeah,
the NFL week to week is just
tough.
It's absolutely captivating.
Yeah.
It is, I know.
Mm-hmm. I was going to use another word, but that's not approved on this. It's not approved on the station.
And let me just make sure I get one more step of clarity. You are saying that you prefer the NBA's balance of power versus the NFL. Am I hearing that right?
Yes.
Even though there are some
week to week
terrible
it's skewed,
games.
But I feel like I'm getting, when push comes to shove at the end, I'm getting good, potentially, like Oklahoma City, I think is a great team.
I agree.
That stack up against some of the greatest teams we've ever seen. I don't know in the NFL if you can, it's hard for me to say that.
Okay.
Days.
I see when you say that.
Yeah.
Like, basically, when it's really all said and done at the end of the finish line, are we getting the best product because of parity versus non-parity? Okay, I got you. I'd probably lean towards your side, Whitey, a little more. I'm okay with parity, but I think I'm okay with parity in the form of quality games, quality competition. And I'm with you. If I'm looking at all the sports, for me, the most watered down is the NFL. I truly believe that.
I really think some of it's kind of by design.
Of course.
Could be. Yeah.
Safety.
Yeah.
I believe a lot of it is just safety in itself. You're looking at offensive linemen running sub 5s. Like, man, a tackle, a left tackle running a 5.2 and 5.3, that's unheard of.
Yeah.
And so, for safety, if you see big Trent Williams coming around the corner and he's at 300 plus and 6'6" or 6'8" or whatever the hell Trent Williams is, and then, at the same time he's running a 5.5 as a corner, good luck. So I think a lot of it's just naturally, organically out of safety, But I'm with you. I think I would prefer the NFL to have a little less parity on a week-to-week basis. Yeah.
You just want to see teams that can actually kind of gain momentum and get stronger. And it's sometimes we do, but there's so many injuries in the NFL that don't allow teams to do that.
And it's even to the point now where we don't even notice them.
I know.
New England lost a really important offensive
They're
lineman.
offensive linemen, yeah.
And it's like,
They're
they're number one in the AFC. We don't even think about it.
I know, because it's like plug and play. And, sometimes they can use that patchwork. They can patch it up and, hide it until they get to that point where maybe then once you get to the playoffs and you really need those guys, or you're playing in the cold weather and then you don't have it and you're seeing blowouts. And I was just looking at some of the finals guys for the Super Bowl, and we have seen Kansas City in it almost every year. But like last year, do you want to know how lopsided it was? Like 40-22, the Eagles had defeated the Chiefs. Like, is that really a Chiefs team? That was not one of the better Chiefs teams that we've seen.
Right.
It wasn't. Defensively, it was throughout the season, but offensively, they've gotten less and less. They've been more watered down as an offensive
and the
team.
whole conference was kind of
correct. Yeah, and then I think the one of the better ones we've had was Kansas City the year in 2024 and San Francisco that went to that double OT. It was 25-22 was the final. That was one of the better ones that we saw. So,
but I'm with you, Whitey, and you make a great point when you compare the history. And I'm trying not to be, come on, OG, you're not giving the youngsters the love. Like, I don't want to be that guy, but I think there is something to football in the form of, am I taking this Chiefs team over, Washington 80s and the 80s?
The players are better, but I don't know that the teams are, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I think the players are better because physically the game has, manifested itself to be better versus the product. And I think that's when I hear your question, is the product better than what it used to be? Probably not. Because speaking of injuries, and I just saw somebody say we don't use injuries as excuses here in Northern California, Kayla. I can't remember. Somebody on the chat told that's a Niner fan for life 08 said that, and you're right. But I can't remember, and Kayla, I've asked Whitey and Draper this. I never remember times as a kid growing up not like I knew John Taylor was going to be there. I knew Brent Jones was going to be there. I knew Long Grain minus 1 or 2 seasons was going to be there. I knew those guys would be there. Now it's like, oh, my goodness, if we could just get through half of a season with Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
Prior to this season, I said what? I talked about Rob Brooks. Kittle's going to miss some games. Purdy's going to miss some games. Bosa's going to miss some games. And so on and so forth. And they all have.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's inevitable.
That's a good point, though. I'm now actually rethinking because
really,
well, I get what you're saying with the overall at the end, how good the product really is.
I am not a Dodger fan, but I think it's great for baseball that you have that team to shoot for there. And who knows this year, but they're there every year. I think that's better than different teams, and that's not what football is. I'm exaggerating, but 2 different teams every year.
Yeah.
It just seems like the championships don't mean as much for teams that are going to be, they'll be in the championship, and then next year they're out again.
Well, I'll tell you what, the ratings sure would agree with you, because no matter what, even if I like underdogs and I like different, teams being in, but the ratings would not agree with me, because the ratings want the big dogs. The ratings want
big brands.
They really do. And it shows, because when you don't get teams like that, like the MLB season that we got the Diamondbacks, a few back there. Holy smokes.
The
I
Rangers.
forgot about that one, guys.
I literally forgot
Yes, I forgot about it. I was like, goodness.
The advantage that the NFL has, one of the advantages that no other sport has, is when you're playing one game a week, every game is an event. Every game is an event for your fans.
Mm-hmm.
Baseball and basketball,
There's so
for
many.
Kings fans, it is. But when you have 82 of them, it's just not
It's
the
a lot.
same as, and it's on the weekend and
Right.
you're playing around it.
Mm-hmm.
What would the Kings have to get in return for you to feel good about trading Keon Ellis? We're back with that. Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Download the Sactown Sports app.
Sacramento sports in your pocket. This is Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This 49ers Red Zone Report is being brought to you by Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be.
Purdy with some time throws the slant to Jennings. Jennings breaks the contact at the 5 and walks into the end zone. Another blitz coming. Young looking over the middle, throws, and it's picked off by Brown at the 23-yard line. The second of the game for Jair. The 49ers will defeat the Carolina Panthers here tonight, 20-9, the final score.
Ready, set, win big. When the 49ers win, you score. With 49% off any large pizza, only at Mountain Mike's Pizza. Celebrate every game day with your favorites from our legendary crispy, curly pepperoni, bold sauced up wings, garlic butter drenched sides, and gooey sweet desserts, all hot, fresh, and built for a Niners victory. Download the Mountain Mike's app, join Mountain Rewards, and turn every Niners win into a pizza party. Let's go Niners. Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be.
Carmichael Dave here for American Energy Heat and Air. Right now, breaking news, they're upgrading their offering to include plumbing, bringing that same expertise and experience to the plumbing space. They're no longer just heat and air. They're now your American Energy home pros. You hear me talk about them as your second opinion partner. Now you can still get second opinions on any HVAC service or replacement, and now you can get a second opinion on any of your plumbing services. They'll come out to your house for free, and they'll give you a second opinion and almost certainly save you money. Oh, but wait, there's more. With winter coming up, how about a free furnace special? With full system installation, you're getting a free furnace, not a discounted furnace, a free furnace, and up to $4,000 in rebates while that funding lasts. So get there right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Thanks for being with us. We've had a great day so far. We started the day talking about some trade rumors. We'll revisit some of those and try to separate the silly, fluffy rumor stuff from what may have some substance. Great day for me. Kayla here. Of course, Jay with us. Great day for me because I got, on record now, recorded Ryan Holland's endorsement for my my Nerf ball instructional video.
Ryan Holland. This is a video by Whitey Gleason that gets results.
That's awesome. I was going to say, I know Jay had it. That's wonderful. And now a drop we can always use.
Yes. I mean, and he sold it, too. You know, he didn't
did.
just, well, I'm Ryan Hollis. He leaned into it.
Yeah,
so.
he had fun with it, too.
Yeah.
I like it. That was fun. Great conversation with him as well.
Uh-huh. We've been having lots of great conversations. The one about which is better, the NBA because there is no parity or very little, or the NFL with all the parity. It's a tricky one because I can't deny that, watching last night was a bad example, but go back to Sunday Night Football, that game between Washington and Denver coming right down to the end and overtime and a touchdown and another touchdown, and they go for 2 and they don't get it. That's just captivating stuff.
It is.
But I miss great teams in the NFL.
And that is the point that you kind of convinced me to maybe change my answer to.
Really?
Yeah, because I get the overall what you're trying to say. It's not as simple as just having fun on a Sunday, every Sunday or Monday, whatever. They play almost every day of the week now, let's be honest, like when it comes down to it. But really, are we getting the real good product? Are we getting a really good final when it's all said and done? Or are they really good teams in the playoffs when it's all said and done? And I can't really say yes fully on that.
Now, this is going to be a real get off my lawn moment. But every week it seems like this is an issue, and I know it was an issue for the 49ers this week in Cleveland. Even though the defense at times was dominant, they didn't tackle especially well. You have NFL teams that don't really tackle that well.
That's an issue.
And I think that has to do with the lack of time and pads and practicing and everything. But, it's tackle football. You'd think the best tackle football players in the world could tackle better.
And then unfortunately, and health is always something I never want to deal with, any of the aftermaths of CT. I mean, there's a lot of that, and that's real. But it is hard sometimes when we do see a hard hit or we see them going, like the quarterbacks, let's be honest, they're protected at all costs now. And you can't really do anything to the quarterback.
If they're smart enough to understand that.
Right.
And not take hits running down the sideline.
And that's the thing.
Because it's not soccer.
Sometimes, he's setting a bad example because, a defensive player who's just trying to get after the quarterback and do their job, they're getting flagged left and right. But then Jackson Dart's going out there on his own will and running and not getting out of bounds. And, you're going to get hit. But it's just like there's a lot of the focus when there is a big hit or something on a court, then it's like the next day, we can't do that, whatever it might be. And so it takes away from the game a little.
The NBA now, you've got this great Oklahoma City Thunder team, and I know people are already saying, boy, it's going to be tough for anyone to beat them. I think the Kings play a team tomorrow night that might have a shot if they stay healthy. Houston is good.
They're good.
And they're tough. Yeah. KD is having KD healthy for the whole year is a iffier proposition than ever. But if they find a way to do that, I'm looking forward to that series down the road.
Yeah.
That playoff series.
Houston, like you said, I think we could all say, well, what happened with Van Vliet and everything at the beginning of the year and the true point guard, but they're figuring their stuff out. It might not be the typical type of offense that we're all used to in the NBA, but they're figuring out ways to make it work. And it looks like KD is becoming more of a vocal leader this year, which I found interesting. I didn't really know that part. I thought maybe he was always that, but it looks like that's not how he usually is. And so he's kind of doing things a little different in terms of helping the younger guys find confidence.
Yeah. That said, Kings by 17 tomorrow.
No hey now.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. We're going to look at some of the things that may or may not be going on trade-wise with Keon Ellis. But first, it's time for Check It with TC.
Mike check.
How are you, TC? What's up?
Yes, sir. Mike check. Hey, tapped in. Whitey, Kayla, Jay, already hollered at the homie. What's up with y'all?
What's up? How's it going?
Just vibing, man. Just vibing. So check it out. I want to go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm laughing. I love the vibing thing. That's exactly right.
Hey, listen. So check it out. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Now, are you guys seeing what I was saying when I said the hell with the roster politics? Now, because look where it got you. Look where it got us. You get me what I was saying when I said send them home or bench them? Everybody, you can't do that, TC. It's roster. Well, when you play these guys in roster politics, look where it got you, Doug. It has us nowhere other than everybody yelling, fans getting into it with Zach LaVine, which I'm 1,000% with Carter. I don't care nothing about what Zach LaVine had to say, what fans, media have to say. He was wrong. That dude wasn't wrong. He was standing on business, bro, and I stand with that guy every day. I go to battle with that dude. He calls Zach out. That's what you want. Every Kings fan get on these waves always talking about calling somebody out. But when somebody calls somebody out, everybody want to say, oh, no, man. Nah, the fan was wrong, man. Don't do that to the play. Man, no. Zach deserve it. Bro, you want to go back to Chicago. We'll send you back there. Period, point blank. I'm tired of you touting. But I didn't call to say all that. I just asked you guys, did you guys understand what I was saying about the roster politics? Sometimes it comes down to the head coach and the organization to make difficult decisions like that. You get me?
Yeah.
You guys understand that?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Also, what about this Detroit trade? Because you know I got to call with my trade ideas. Think about this, Kayla and Jay. Listen, I had DeMar DeRozan and Keon Ellis going to Detroit for the Thompson twin and Tobias Harris and their first-round pick. So not only are we having 2 first-round picks in this draft, we got an expiring contract in Tobias Harris, and then we get the Thompson twin, a 3-and-D guy. Actually, we can turn him into a 3-and-D guy. I like that. Tell me what y'all think about it. I'm out.
All right, thank you. I think if the Pistons are going to do that, is Trajan Langdon? Is he running the show there? He would be, whoever's running the show, they'd be fired if they did that. Give up a first-round pick and I mean, that's great. Yeah. Also a Thompson.
Oh, man. Sign me up now.
Yeah. For DeRozan and Keon.
Travel Tuesday?
Yeah.
We can get a deal.
They get Oscar Thompson and a first-round pick. That's great. If you can pull that off from our side of it, TC, you should be NBA Executive of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
But whoever agrees to that with the Pistons, go on.
As for the roster politics, and I get it because it's in every business, right? And I get where TC is coming from. By the way,
Troy Weaver, by the way, is a young part of it.
Troy Weaver is. Love TC's passion today. And I get it, like the whole Carter speaking for the fans, because I think that's where fans are at. And I think more so we've heard that people are on Carter's side in terms of, hey, he needed to call out somebody, or good for him to call out somebody. And then you got the player perspective where it's maybe not something that he should have done. So I understand both sides of that, TC. But I think what's going to happen with this roster is they're going to play these guys until they're gone, because like we mentioned earlier in the show, it doesn't help you necessarily to just sit these guys right now. If you have them on your roster, these older veterans, even if they're not adding anything to the team right now, they're going to have to play. They're going to play them because that's what the league wants them to do.
Yeah, TC, it's hard because when you are doing your thing, the last thing we want to do is like jump in there because we like to give you your room. So if we disagree, it's not like, oh, I didn't want to say anything. Just don't want to interrupt your flow. But I think playing DeMar as much as they've played him may actually be, we'll find out soon enough, may actually be increasing his trade value.
Yeah.
Because there was no interest in DeMar during the summer. Now he's playing well, and it looks like, based on what we're hearing, like I said, we'll find out. May not be true, but it looks like, teams are more interested because he is playing. Mm-hmm. So I think there is something to be said for playing them.
But you're exactly right. Sorry, Jay, real quick. You're exactly right, TC. It is politics. And it's annoying. I'll be the first to say it's freaking annoying. Is it? And it's necessarily the right way to do things? No, but that is what it is.
I was just going to say it's Trajan Langdon is the president of basketball ops. Yeah, Troy Weaver's gone.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Thank you. I was right. Corrected myself. Got it wrong. Thank you, Jack.
It's all right, brother. You just outsmarting yourself big time.
Yeah.
Wasn't nothing important. We could have kept it pushing.
Yeah. Here's the thing on Keon. He mentioned Keon.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people apparently are interested in Keon. This is from SI.com. I want to give the writer credit here. Three ways, 3 routes to trading Keon Ellis and bringing back something of interest. James McCauley put this together. This is based on the fact that Jake Fisher reported Sunday more than half the league has checked on Keon Ellis's availability.
So then why he ain't been traded yet?
Right?
If more than half the league you mean to tell me half the league has picked up the phone and called Scott Perry and you ain't get one good deal?
Well, it's possible that he hasn't been traded yet because
December
they might
15th.
include him as but I was going to say if he's going to be included as a sweetener.
Yeah.
Then you got to okay, well, we can do
Yep.
that. You got to kind of park that and then work on the the more difficult stuff. Draft capital. Jake Fisher reports that league executives believe Ellis could fetch Sacramento a first-round pick.
Wow.
I don't know who it is, but let me get them on the phone, too.
Me too. I mean,
I love
okay.
Keon Ellis, but I don't love him that much. If I could get a first-round pick,
I think that's a bit of a stretch.
I tend to think so, too.
Unless there's a team that's just thirsty for what he can offer.
Yeah.
And they don't have any of that, which I find it hard to believe right now.
Not all firsts, the story reads, are created equal. Protections and swap rights make it difficult to predict the caliber of the first Sacramento could get for Ellis. Case in point, last year when the Kings made the De'Aaron Fox deal, it was reported they got, 4 number ones, but one of them was a Charlotte number one that was almost certain not to convey and ended up becoming 2 seconds.
Lottery protected.
Yeah.
Got it.
So when it comes to those protections, sometimes a first-round pick, it ain't what you think.
Exactly.
Yeah. But, I mean, if there is anything resembling a legitimate, bona fide first-round pick offer for Keon Ellis, let's do it, huh, Jay?
Man, please.
And I like Keon.
As I just said, today is Travel Tuesday. People can get plenty of discounts on travel right now, man.
Yeah.
No disrespect, but if you send me a first-round pick, even if it's lottery protected this year, top 10 next year, top 5 the third year, and then, I'll take my chances. Even, because we're talking about a person that was undrafted.
Yeah.
Right? Now, if you're just saying, look, first-round pick, lottery protected for the next 3 years, and I don't think it can happen. I think it has to de-escalate. I think it has to go 14 to something smaller. But if you give me anything that just says for the next 3 years that it's lottery protected, I'm still taking my shot too.
Yeah.
How about this? Swapping Ellis for another young player on a rookie scale contract could serve as another way to obtain first-round caliber talent if Scott Perry can't manage to find a first-round pick. So if Sacramento chooses this route, they need to consider fit and their ability to keep the newly acquired player in Sacramento. For example, Tari Eason brings a lot of the traits the organization allegedly wants to build. Could be very easy to fall in love with that idea. So that's another potential option.
Ben Matherin, come on down.
I don't want him. Really?
But he just popped in my mind.
Yeah. But yeah.
But Eason.
I see what you mean, Jay. Somebody who fits what you're doing there. 3, sweetener for salary relief. Fisher's report mentions this as a route other teams will absolutely explore. As boring as this would be for Kings fans, this is what I'm afraid is going to happen. And we're going to be here one day, and people are going to be calling and wondering, what they get? Well, you see, given the cap's going to go up in 2 years. It's also probably the most productive framework for both sides of a potential trade. The individual talent in Sacramento, undeniable, but perception of key players' contract values is not good. It might take attaching an asset to entice a team to take on the multiple years of Domantas Sabonis or the massive player option held by Zach LaVine.
That's what it is. It's
Here, y'all chicken.
I know. It's like that's the least exciting one, but it's the most realistic, unfortunately.
And it also gets us back, pardon me, Kayla, to what TC said. My opinion, it's not just roster politics playing some of these guys. It just is harder for me to trade some of these big names if they're not playing for me.
And right now, obviously, Domas is not playing.
Yeah.
Because he's injured. But he is one of the, like mentioned in this article, he is one of those that you could see still being tradable or somebody that they want to trade, but he would probably have to be connected to that. And then you mentioned LaVine, obviously, because LaVine's contract is huge. So he'd have to be like a double sweetener.
Opportunistic teams could believe their system can integrate one of Sacramento's veterans, netting them 2 contributors for matching salary and not much else. Ellis being part of a larger deal like this is the most likely scenario in the opinion of some as Sacramento reworks their roster.
Look, you want a Mercedes-Benz 2025.
Nice.
Right? Well, 2026 now. Cause
I know the Mercedes man.
I know you do. Absolutely.
Yes, you do.
You want to slide over to the Stockton and get your brand new Mercedes with Kyle Draper, and you riding around in a 2015 Nissan Maxima. You know what they're gonna tell you? You got a little something extra to throw on top of that. That trade in. That's where we at with this.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunately in a capitalistic society, that's where we're at right now. And it's no different than where the Kings have placed themselves. You know, we want to get rid of that 2020 leased Mercedes, and now we want the 2026 EQ4 like drapes.
I just want the seat warmers.
Absolutely, right? The steering wheel, warm joint.
Yeah.
You know it's going to take a little extra something on top. We just not accepting that trade-in and think you're going to get that same payoff. We're going to need at least, 25, 35, 5K on top of it. That's where Keon is going to become. And as you guys said, it may not be a immediate return. You may not be able to get that 2026 right now. You might have to wait 4 months down the road when you save up a little bit and ride that secondary car you've been moving around in to garner that new one. And that's what it's really coming down to if you can't finesse anybody to, give you that first round for Keon.
Yeah.
What would the Kings have to get in return for Keon for you personally to feel like, yep, that's good. They made a good deal? Obviously, I think we can agree. If you got a first-round pick, yes.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be
but short
phenomenal.
Of that, yeah. Second rounders,
maybe 2?
Yeah.
For me, I mean, if I'm going to...
That's probably pretty solid. I don't know. I'm just greedy, I guess. Second-round picks don't do much for me anymore, Jay.
I get it, because you guys have been
but-
through that, too,
yeah.
of not really having much out of second-round picks.
I'm going to need an upswing young guy.
Oh, I'd love that.
I'm someone, and here we go, distressed asset, and that's why I said Ben Matherin just popped into my mind. And I get what you're saying, Whitey. He's not your person.
But I get what
you're
you're saying,
typical.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking for someone like that. Someone that's probably been, maybe hurt a little. It hasn't worked.
Okay.
I saw somebody mention Jaden Ivey. Okay, Jaden Ivey might not be your caliber of player, but we know he's got some talent.
Oh, yeah.
We know he probably needs to stretch his legs a little bit. We probably know there's really not a spot for him no longer in Detroit to be the guy. Okay, if Keon is that and you attach, I don't know, a big fella, somebody that's taller than 6'7".
See, now you're going to get Trajan Langdon fired again. If you made that.
I mean, but in reality, you got to find somebody, it takes 2 to tango, maybe 3, sometime even 4, right? And so I think for me, I'm looking for a young talent that has probably already had a couple of warts for whatever reason. I don't know what that Kevin Porter Jr., off the court issues, but he's an animal. I don't think the Bucks want to get rid of him, but I'm just saying somebody of that nature prior to him going to the Bucks. Like, I'm looking for someone like that.
And they'll
Scoot
have
Henderson.
Yeah, and I think you're onto something here. And I think if Scott Perry is really going to prove he's good at his job, which I think he is, or he can be, identifying those guys that are either banged up right now or have some warts on them, and he could freeze them off. Like, as long as it's fit in his whole mindset is of what his pillars are, then yeah, we could be cooking with something here. But I think that's the tricky part about being a GM is you've got to really know how to identify them, and you can.
I didn't hear anything you said after you said freezing off warts.
Well, I know, and then I repeated it, but it made a lot of sense to me.
About that, it's like, ooh.
But you can freeze them off.
Yeah, I know.
So they can go away. They're not always going to be warded.
Right.
Is that a word? I made it up.
It is now.
If it's not. Okay.
Go down in the
Dictionary.
history. Yeah.
Exactly.
Here's what we don't know, and I don't know. It's not like, well, we don't know what we don't know what Scott Perry thinks of Keon Ellis. I think we know what Doug Christie thinks of him.
Yeah.
I think we do.
Mm-hmm.
I think that you can see it. You can hear from the way Doug speaks to him, from the pictures Brendan Nunes and Tristy Rodriguez have posted. I think Doug, when he talks about what a good player he is, and going back to last year when he said this guy's all league defense, I think Doug meant that. We don't know what Scott Perry thinks of him.
And that's the point that I think we need to sometimes back off of Doug just a little, okay? Because I understand he's the head coach, and we see it for as it is what his lineups are night to night.
He's not playing that guy.
Right. But he is not always in this situation when things are trying to be figured out in terms of the future. He might not have every single thing. It's not his decision, I should say. Not every single thing is probably his decision.
That's probably the case.
I'm just speculating, but I think that means something if we see the relationship with him and Keon is good. Well, we don't see him and Scott Perry. And I'm not saying it's Scott Perry's fault, but we don't see that interaction.
I like Keon a lot. If Scott Perry could get a first-round pick for him, unencumbered, protections don't come into play. If Scott Perry gets a first-round pick for Keon Ellis, I'm doing it myself. I'm taking down the stupid piglet statue, and I'm putting up a Scott Perry statue because he would deserve one.
Yeah, that's odd. The piglet statue.
Yeah,
you're
which
right
is
on
nice for whatever it is. I don't know. It's nice, but
it doesn't make a lot of sense.
I'm moving it somewhere else.
A lot of money.
Maybe I won't tear it down. I'll just
You'll move it somewhere.
very
Dig
delicately
it up and then put.
Yeah.
But don't we talk a lot about guys? And again, excuse me because I didn't get here till September, but hasn't been the talk when he's come in, and part of why they liked him was because his relationships around the league, and that's part of being a savvy G. Like relationships always matter.
Right.
And
you know what's funny about
we'll see that?
We don't talk about this anymore, but when he was first here, help me out, Jay, with the year 2014, something like 2013.
No. It was before. It was after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
When he was here, Kayla, one of the stories that I remember.
17, 18, right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
17, 18.
Was, hey, you know what? There have been a lot of guys that before the draft, they didn't want to come here. They didn't want to work out.
Right.
But now with Scott Perry here with his connections, you're not seeing that as much. Do you remember that, Jay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
That doesn't apply directly to this, but it's just one of the things I remember. Scott Perry, things were in such a bad state when he first came here that people were saying, ooh, now players are not as reluctant to come work out for the Kings.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
And it's a good little tidbit to add to that.
Mm-hmm.
So, and now we got to see what he does as the GM here, and if he can build more of that and be savvy with some of the things that he does with trades.
Well, that's what it's coming down to. That at least that is what we were told.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say promise because that may be too strong of a word, but that definitely was something that was the banter from the organization and the people that brought him here. Look, this guy is well respected. He's got super cool relationships with a lot of folk, and he's been around the NBA circles for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
People will pick up the phone when he calls.
Sure.
That's a first, right, in many different instances and ways. And the way I took it, and Whitey, I'm not sure, and you please correct me if I'm wrong, and I see the great Antonio Ray Harvey in the chat as well. Tone, you could chime in on this. I could be wrong. I don't ever remember anybody saying he's disliked. Like, people seem to like him. He's respected.
Yeah, I don't recall.
But I don't remember anyone ever saying, like, nah, he's kind of tough. He's rough around the edges, and that doesn't seem to be the way. And so with that being said, if that's the foundation, then I expect for him to be savvy and make some moves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's my expectation as a Sacramento Kings fan.
And prudent.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man.
And thank you, Tony Ray Harvey, 2017.
Yeah.
When he came around the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And you need that respect from not only the league, but like you said, the other owners, the other you need that, and that comes with time and like being in the business and working your way up and doing all those things. Where just to pick up the phone, like Jay said, that's sometimes hard within itself for
some
teams to do. So that in itself is a start. But we'll see how he can build on that. But I think just having the respect around the league at this point, that is going to help. That's a starting point.
The Kings have not always had that. I'll just leave that at that. But they have not always had that.
I've kind of heard. Yeah, I've kind of heard that.
You trying to say Whitey folks ain't even taking our calls?
What I'm trying to say is when a team says, hey, let's do this.
Yeah.
And the GM says, well, I don't know if I can. Hold on. I don't know with the cap. And the other team says, if you can't do it now, we can't do it. Well, I can't do it then. Click. That's not ideal. Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
Nah, definitely not.
Yeah.
But what we will find out if what we were told, what they were selling is true. And only time will tell. And we want it to be tomorrow, like everything, right? Microwavable society. We definitely want the trade to happen tomorrow. I just said, well, why in the hell Keon ain't been traded yet? If half the league is, I understand it. I'm just, being sarcastic. But there will be a point in time where we're going to have to start to hold, just like we talked about Keegan earlier, we're going to have to hold some of these people responsible.
Yeah.
And now Kings fans are like, well, we don't really care that you here and you only been here for 5-6 months. Because, and I gave this analogy a long time ago, when you pick up the phone and you have a quarrel or qualm with somebody that you're paying money to, and I think at the time I used a cell phone company. If your cell phone is tripping and you got issues and you pick up the phone, you don't call the CEO. You don't call the board of directors. You call somebody that's a representation of that company. And we give them normally an earful, right? And I always tell people on the opposite side, ain't nothing personal, ain't nothing against you. You just chose to represent that company. You're getting paid to represent that company, so you're gonna have to hear my mouth.
Right.
And that's the same thing Kings fans are saying now. Scott Perry, you Johnny come lately, you brand new to the game, but you're gonna hear our mouth because you're representing the organization that we've been talking about for the last 40 years.
Yeah, and it's been and you guys have the right to voice. Like, I'm sorry, if I were born, raised, or a Kings fan from the start, I'd be like, you're going to hear me at this point because I am frustrated. And that's why, again, I do understand the Devin Carter stuff. I do understand that coming from a fan's perspective. Is that probably like the right thing to do in that way? I don't know. I can't really speak to that because I'm not a player. But there are two sides to it.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. It's pretty clearly there's player side and there's fan side.
There are. Yes. Like, pick your side, and probably, more fans are, probably all of them are going on the side of Carter right now. Not Devin Carter, but Devlin.
We talked yesterday about Christmas wishes for the Kings and Kings fans. And the more I think about it, the more we talk about these trades and look at the dates, as Jay mentioned, December 15th. I'm hoping that by Christmas we just have at least a trade made, or at least serious indications that things are working, and so the Kings fans can start to get a clearer idea of what is this supposed to look like the rest of this year and beyond when you're moving off of the guys that we know are not in the long-term plans.
And I think that's going to happen.
The Kings play the 27th, 28th, and the 30th.
Oh, geez.
December this month, actually.
Dang.
Yeah, so if I'm hearing you right, you would like to see a little bit of change.
Yeah.
The 27th, 28th for the 30th.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
I think that would be nice when we come back. More on that. Also, the Kings, as Kyle Draper pointed out yesterday, Kings need their guy. What other teams still do? Next on Sactown Sports.
The Drive Guys, weekdays 2 p.m. to 6 p.m.
on Sactown Sports 1140.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live, and save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's Holiday Food Drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today. What would a Maverick do? Because you're a Maverick too. Limited appointments, some restrictions apply. Give to get with no gimmicks.
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure I had the name right.
Are we authorized to carry that over?
Heck yeah, we are. You damn right we are. My ideas are trademarked.
We'll have a sponsor by this time tomorrow, and you're back with us tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow.
Short show tomorrow.
A truncated, as you love to say.
Yeah.
Truncated show, Whitey.
Truncation sensation.
It is a short. I was like, man, I forget about the time changes when the Kings play on the road. There's always some sort of a time change. So yes, 5 o'clock game in Houston.
Yep.
Yeah.
90 minutes.
Kings win by 17. By the way, your least favorite Christmas song, do you have one? Or are there anything you don't? Maybe you love them all. Maybe I'm being too negative.
Oh, gosh. Now you got me thinking. I don't know.
I have 2 that I really don't like. One is that, and I'm a big Beatles fan, but Simply Having
You
a
don't like
Wonderful
that?
Christmas time. I hate that song. And the other one I hate is Tom Petty, rest in peace. He did one for one of those benefit albums, and it was "It's Christmas Time Again." Decorations on it. It's horrible.
That is
and
a bad
took
one.
him probably about 2 minutes to do it.
That's a bad one.
Uh-huh.
I don't like the basic chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
The Great Mel Torme. You don't like that?
No.
Oh, this is the Tom Petty.
This is the Petty one.
Uh-huh. Tom Petty wishing you and yours a Merry Christmas from the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Christmas time again. Oh, yeah.
It's bad.
He's got nothing.
No.
He's got nothing.
They paid him a handsome fee.
It's bad. How about any Chipmunks Christmas song?
I think they're awesome.
You do?
Yeah.
We have different tastes in music for Christmas.
I think they're kind of, they could probably drive you a little batty if you spend a lot of time with them, but
It's Christmas.
This ain't that bad, White.
it's pretty bad.
I got you. What? I don't know if you've noticed, and we've only done it for 2 days, but I'll reveal the curtain behind the curtain. I'm only playing one Christmas song a day.
Oh.
I'm not going all out with the 15 Christmas songs.
But you'll build up to it, right?
Yeah, well,
Maybe
you know,
sprinkle it.
talk to me December 20th.
Okay.
Which I won't be here.
Right, I was going to say.
You're like, yeah.
I'll have to text you.
And don't text me.
But I'm not going all out and playing Christmas song every single break.
I'm fine with
I'm
that.
not doing that.
Totally fine with that. We did watch a Christmas movie. So my brother and sister-in-law, they do Christmas movies every week.
Every week?
For leading up to Christmas. Yeah.
One a week?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Isn't that wild?
What was it? A Wonderful Life?
Not yet. But you know what we started with? I hope you guys are on the same
Grinch.
page.
Home
No,
Alone.
but
Charlie Brown.
Home Alone. There we go.
Oh, okay. That's
yeah, we
good.
watched both of them this past week.
So did we.
Yeah, there you go.
I freaking...
Kevin!
Like, I'm obsessed with that movie still to this day. Honestly, both of them are good.
One of the greatest masterpieces ever made.
It really is. And the more you watch it, the more I just pick up on little details, so I never get bored.
I just read that...
Until they get to Home Alone 3.
Yeah, and that's not the original.
No,
that's
it's
none of the cast.
Joe Pesci said when they filmed the movie, he did not want to talk to Macaulay Culkin because he didn't want him to think he was a nice guy.
I love
for
that.
the acting, he wanted him to be kind of scared of him. He said he never talked to him because he didn't want to be friendly with the kid. And he said he was like wise beyond his years, but he said I didn't want him to think I was a nice guy.
That's really cool, actually. I did not know that.
When Daniel Stern screams with that tarantula, I've seen the movie a million times. Feel like
I'm picturing
I still get weak.
I'm picturing.
I mean, that dude. I said he was acting, but that was almost you could feel real fear.
You could.
I mean, he hit the highest note of high.
Yep.
I said, "Oh man, this is great.
It is
a
great.
masterpiece.
It really is."
Macaulay Culkin said this, and I don't know if it was last week and a couple weeks ago or something in the nature, but he said that he had a idea for another spinoff of it. Would you guys be open to seeing another
They've done a lot of them. I happened to look this up there. I think there's 5 or 6.
There's like 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah. Would it be somehow involving like original cast?
Yes.
people? And I know some of them, unfortunately, have passed. Like the dad passed away. Yeah.
And John Candy.
John Hurd was it?
And
John
John
Hurd?
Candy. Yeah.
But I'm like, 1 and 2 was cool. 3, then there's like Home Alone by myself or something.
Okay,
It's like there's
yeah.
4 or 5 of them. But this was the premise. It was he is a divorced father with a child, and he goes outside for whatever reason, leaves the kid at home, and he gets locked out. And he gets locked out of the house, and he's trying to get back into the house. And the kid is upset or some form. He didn't formulate it completely out, but is upset because the parents have been divorced, and his kid sets him up with all the booby traps and everything else while he's trying to get back into the house.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm like, I'm out on that.
Not all actors are screenwriters.
I would, yeah. Just give me like McCulkin as the dad, and then do the original mom as the grandma, and like
Catherine
formulate.
O'Hara.
I love her.
Yeah, she's tremendous.
Incredible.
Yeah.
She's incredible.
Yeah. I remember hearing about her. She would do all these, various appearances and things, and then she'd look in her purse like, here's a check for $25,000. Oh, okay. Oh, well. She just,
Yeah, she's been in so many things, but we really do then go back to her in that movie, where I guess they were portrayed as like 35 years old at the time, which is funny because you look at them and they look like they were 40-something.
now she's in the commercials with Kevin Hart.
Yeah.
Over Capital One or whatever. It's like, Kevin, I'm right here. What's the matter?
It's great. Give me anything Home Alone. Give it to me. Love it.
All right. This was, so you don't have any Christmas songs you don't like?
Yeah, just the Chipmunks, I
Okay.
guess.
Okay. Yesterday, Kyle Draper said, you know what? The Kings need their guy. They certainly do. How many other teams need their guy right now? I'll run through the teams. Tell me if they have their guy or not, if you would, please. Oklahoma City Thunder.
Got their guy.
Got their guy. Lakers. Got
their guy.
Houston Rockets.
Yep.
Of course, have their guy. Denver Nuggets.
Yep.
Yeah, and we're just running down the standings now. Fifth seed in the West right now, San Antonio.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. 6 is Minnesota.
Yep.
7 is Phoenix, Devin
Yep.
Booker.
Yeah, Booker.
They're building
8,
around them.
Golden State Warriors.
Of course.
Yep.
9, Memphis.
Well, that's to be seen.
It's a
right?
question.
Because
Yeah.
we think it's Ja right
Yeah.
now.
10, Portland.
I'm going to say no.
Maybe. Yeah, I'd
Right.
say more so
say no.
no
Right.
on that.
Isn't it interesting? Because those are 9, 10, 11, Utah.
No.
Maybe Laurie, maybe not.
Yeah,
He's not.
Then
I
you
don't
got
think so.
Dallas, the Kings, Clippers, and the Pelicans. So
I'd say no.
how about that?
Interesting.
All the top, 8, 9 teams in the West, they got their guy.
Yep.
In the East, Detroit, sure. Knicks. Miami, I don't know.
I'd say no.
I'd say no on Miami.
But with their culture, it's almost like, well,
If they figure it out, yeah.
you're part of the collective hive. You're not an individual here.
They're like the one team who kind of gets a pass every year. It's like,
Yeah.
they kind of were like the Spurs, but Spurs had their guys, right?
We are Pat
Culture.
Riley's robots.
That's it. We do what
we
he
win
says.
45 games every year. Toronto.
No.
No.
Oh, Scotty Barnes? No?
I don't
No?
think so.
Orlando. Palo Banchero.
Yes.
Yeah. Cleveland.
Yes.
Yep.
Atlanta Hawks. Ooh, that's an interesting
I
one.
think Jalen Johnson is quickly becoming
Becoming
their
that.
guy.
Yes, because it was Trey and he got hurt.
Yeah.
What did they do after he got hurt? They won.
Yeah.
Boston.
Yeah.
Philadelphia is Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah, he's their guy. Yeah.
And then it goes Bulls, Bucks, Hornets, Nets. But you get down there like Hornets, Nets, Pacers, Wizards. Pacers are an outlier because of Tyrese.
Yeah.
Yeah, the injured.
All the rest of them, I'd say no.
Right.
I would say no. Yeah.
Yeah. So I never thought of it in those terms. I agreed with what Kyle said, but when you really look at it, it's like if you don't have your guy, you're not very good for the most
It's a
part.
great point.
It's about having that person.
Uh-huh.
I've said it to nauseum, and people are like, oh, I mean, remember one time, Whitey, I was like, I don't care if you got to get rid of 20 draft picks in a row.
Yeah.
If you think whoever, player A, is going to be as good as Jason Tatum / Steph Curry / whoever, a top 5 guy, Luka, then you go get him.
Yep.
And you worry about those 20 picks down the road. That's asinine. That's being sarcastic. But you get what I'm saying.
Yep.
And people are like, Jay, you're crazy. That's why you wouldn't be a GM. But you know what I'd have? A superstar.
Yeah.
And I'll start to, and you know what happens when superstars are on your team? People want to come play for cheaper. And guess what? Veterans want to come over here and take the vet minimum. And then you already know how it goes. You're going to be able to trade a pick or two. It just happens, right? You got to get that. You got to get that star.
And it's easier once you have the start of a vision, which is in this case, that guy, then everything else kind of does start to fall into place. But if you don't have that guy and you're trying to just fix things around it, there's never a center point.
Cobbling it together.
Yeah. And that's what I think we've seen here for a while is just you can fix it for a while, but if there's never that true piece in the middle, it's never going to go anywhere.
Yeah. De'Aaron was the closest they've had to that for a long time, and at times he was legitimately a guy, but they've been kind of wandering in search of that guy ever since.
You know what, Whitey? The toughest part, and this is a lot of when DMC was here, I was living in L.A., and this was the toughest part because I wasn't as close to the team, and, of course, you were here in and out. DMC was a top 15 guy at a point in time in his career here in Sacramento, talent-wise. It's the bad luck of the Sacramento Kings to get one of the stars of the league who, for whatever reason, on the court didn't operate within the confinements of the game as a star that people beloved, wanted to come, whatever the reason, wanted to come over here and play. For whatever reason it was, DMC's talent was undeniable. he was at one point in time felt like he was the best center in the league when there was, a depletion of the position. But for whatever reason, here comes the Sacramento Kings luck. We got the best superstar that we've had in a long time, and it's like the Grinch of them.
Yeah. The other side of that, though, is, Michael Malone, who obviously had an axe to grind, he will say, look, we had DeMarcus, Isaiah Thomas, we had Rudy Gay, we had something, but they didn't keep it together.
But then that's part of it, too.
Yeah,
That's part of the freaking problem. Even if you have one of those guys, it's like, bye.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Like, couldn't we have built around that guy? And in the chat, I think it was Ken that asked, so is there that guy in the upcoming draft? And
it's an eye of the beholder.
Maybe.
Right now, and we'll see how the college, season pans out with one of these guys. But yes, very well could be. But then you've also got to have a lottery pick to get that guy.
Right. When we come back, is this guy, speaking of guys, is this guy really the fourth best quarterback in the NFL? It's coming up on Sactown Sports.
A Sacramento tradition continues this year. The Santa Parade. Free for all to enjoy circling Capitol Park beginning at 10 a.m. December 13th, the joy of the holiday season. Santa Claus is coming to Sacramento with the 41st Santa Parade. Join Sactown Sports 1140 December 13th beginning at 10 a.m.
Brought to you in part by Elk Grove Chevrolet, Western Health Advantage, and OK Tire and Automotive.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
This Sponsor the Clock is brought to you by Light the World Giving Machine.
Just announced, Stockton Honda has been named #1 of California's best car dealers in 2025 by USA Today and Statista. This prestigious award is based on thousands of customer reviews and recommendations, ranking dealerships for service, value, and satisfaction. Out of hundreds evaluated, Stockton Honda is proud to be #1, recognized for all-around excellence and commitment to our customers. Visit Stockton Honda, where reputation meets the road.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Injured and you're considering an LA law firm looking to charge you 45% to 50% in attorney's fees? That's overcharging. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years, and I can tell you no matter how complicated your injury case, you should never be charged 45% or 50% in attorney's fees ever. Direct, experienced, unrelenting, and honest local representation matters. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton & Price serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries. So for the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
I'm having a hard time with this one. Jeff Howe is the name of a writer for The Athletic, and every week he has his NFL quarterback stock up, stock down.
Got to get him on the show.
Damn.
Yeah, we should.
That's
We
my
should.
guy.
He's your guy?
Yeah, that's my guy.
I didn't realize that. I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
Come on.
He has this week, and I think we've talked about this before. You know, you talk about quarterbacks, and as much as I say, oh, yeah, quarterbacks, but you start talking quarterbacks, I'm there. What do you got? Here's his top quarterbacks in the league right now. Jeff Howe's Week 14 quarterback rankings. Number 1, Matthew Stafford. Last week he was number 1. Season high number 1, of course. Season low 11. Number 2, Josh Allen. Last week he was number 2. Season high number 1. Season low was 3 for Josh Allen. That's as low as he's been. Number 3 right now, Patrick Mahomes. Holding steady is 3rd last week.
I don't know if I agree with
Season high is 2nd. Season low, 3rd. That's as low as he's been. Hang on.
Recency bias?
Hang on, Jay, because number 4, last week he was number 4. Season high is number 4. Season low, 21st. Drake May.
Oh.
Well, Jeff Howe's a Boston guy.
I had a.
Oh. Are we still going to have him on the show?
Yeah, I'm not gonna text him now because it's 9 on the East teammate. You know, he got kids and stuff.
Yeah.
So I'll hit him tomorrow.
I thought you might say, nah, if he has Drake May number 4, we're not having him on.
No. Well, that's why we're gonna have him on so we can tighten the screws.
Drake May, high completion percentage. Was it 21 touchdowns to 6 picks, something like that? Team winning?
Yep. So when you look at Drake May here, so I want to ask you something real quick.
Remember, I'm having a hard time with that. I'm not
That's
sure how to feel
why I
like
want to
that.
know
Okay.
why are you having a hard time with it? Because these are week to week.
Yes.
Correct.
Uh-huh.
So what is your issue?
I am not sure I'm ready to wrap my brain around him being a top 5 quarterback in the NFL.
Okay.
So I'm not sure when I say I'm having a hard time, I'm not sure if it's like, hey, that's wrong, or, ooh, I need to just readjust the way I look at all this.
It's just like, whoa, this is soon.
Yeah.
And we had a conversation in crosstalk today with Alan Stiles. And it does seem to be that there is always that hot quarterback every year, where a young quarterback. And I think the question is, long term, is it sustainable? And right now, the past few, C.J. Stroud, Jaden Daniels. Now, a lot of Jaden Daniels has been more injury issues, not being on the field. This year, it seems to be Drake May. Drake May. Is it sustainable? Like, are we going to get that next Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady? And it seems to be more of a fad the past few years with these rookies that have had really good seasons. Excuse me. So I think I get where you're coming from, where it's like, oh, whoa, okay, he's really the 4th best.
Yeah.
Week to
and he
week.
was number 4 last week, too.
I
so,
know. And
yeah.
and if you're going week to week, it's not necessarily saying he's going to be, when it's all said and done, one of the top quarterbacks in the league. But he's on the path right now to getting to that point. I mean, this team is on a winning streak, and yes, the schedule, look at it, and you can have your questions about the schedule, but I think they've overachieved by, no question they've overachieved. And he has done a really good job in terms of taking care of the football. I mean, 23 touchdowns to just 6 interceptions.
23, I thought,
That's pretty impressive for the second-year guy who has made leaps and bounds, I think, in terms of his play. And you have to give McDaniels a lot of credit, Josh McDaniels, because he might not be a head coach, but it looks like he's really helped really bring him to the next level in terms of Drake May.
What's it? Do you have it there as passer rating?
Yeah.
Does he lead the league in passer rating? He leads the league in some. Maybe it's
completion. So completion percentage is pretty good. It's 71.5.
That's pretty
which is a really good passer or passer rating when it comes down to it. Yeah, 71 or completion percentage. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's pretty good. And like I said, the interceptions are significant, and it's 6 is pretty good.
Me personally, I would still take number 5 on this list ahead of Drake May. Number 5 this week, up from 13.
Brock Purdy.
Season high is 5, season low 16. Dak.
Yep. Dak's there.
I don't like the Cowboys, but I think Dak's the man.
Dak has not, I think Dak is always right there on the cusp of being tier 1, but the injuries at times have gotten him because he hasn't been able to, but he's been healthy this season and he's played really well. And you again look at the completion percentage and the interceptions in terms of that's been good. He's been taking care of the football, and he leads the team that's had a lot of issues this year, as of it does every year. I feel
Number
like.
6 on Jeff Howe's list, Jay, your guy, Joe Burrow. Let's go.
Welcome back, Joe. Welcome back, Joe. You didn't play any games except for this last one, but welcome back. He's already top 10.
Welcome back.
Mm-hmm.
No?
Overrated.
Jay doesn't like Joe Burrow.
He's a weird one, guys. I covered him in high school and college when he was at Ohio State.
Did he really
before
almost
transferred.
buy a life-size Batmobile?
Yes.
Okay.
And the
What's
guy,
weird about that?
He's weird.
Every man's dream.
But isn't it? I mean, quarterbacks like pitchers, kind of, they got to be weird sometimes.
Okay.
I think.
Number 7, Sam Darnold. Number 8, Baker Mayfield. Number 9, Jordan Love. Number 10, Lamar Jackson. Now, when I see those names, I start to think, okay, Drake May definitely belongs above any of those guys. Yeah.
Yeah. I think let's bring it back to your conversation there, Kevin. Guess what? Just like the NFL has watered down teams, I hate to say this, but some of these quarterbacks are watered down. Right now, I can only say like a few of them, like, okay, yeah, he's been solid.
Brock Purdy, by the way, 14, up from 15.
And who's 11, 12, 13?
11, 12, 13 is Justin Herbert, Jared Goff, and Caleb Williams.
Williams.
Man, some of those guys are getting on by name right now, and that's cool. They deserve it. But Pat Mahomes ain't the third best quarterback in the league. Please stop. He should be down in 16.
Conversation will continue tomorrow. You're back with us tomorrow, Kayla?
I'm back tomorrow, guys.
We're back with you tomorrow. We'll get you ready for the Kings and the Rockets. Now, stick around because golf to go. 4 left. Sorry, I meant right. Is next on Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Year-end pricing's in effect. Every vehicle's priced to sell before the new year during Happy Honda Days. At Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Get behind the wheel of your new Accord or Civic today. Own or lease during Happy Honda Days at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Visit us at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hey everyone, it's Kyle Draper here. If you're in the market for a new car, let me tell you about my experience with Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the moment I walked into their state-of-the-art showroom, I knew I was making the right choice. There was no pressure from the sales staff, and if I'm being honest, I felt like a kid in a candy store. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV, and let me tell you why. First of all, the comfort. After a long day at work, I actually look forward to being in my car. It has several different massage settings, including my favorite, hot relaxing back. Plus, the seat heating and cooling features are perfect for the hot summer or those chilly mornings. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. They're just a short drive down I-5, or you can shop online anytime at mbofstockton.com. That's mbofstockton.com, and tell them Drape sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Quiet down, here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacramento's official home of the 49ers.
San Francisco.
Sactown Sports 1140.
Ladies and gentlemen, and fellow golfers, for your entertainment.
It's the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa, brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Welcome in. Thanks